The suicide paradox. You tighten the noose, hands trembling. This is it, the suffering, the exhaustion, the relentless wait. It all ends here. The world feels distant, your thoughts a blur. You step forward, your breath catching just a few more seconds, and the pain will be gone. But then something shocking happens. Survivors of hanging attempts often say the same thing the instant the rope tightened. They regretted it the moment. Their body fought for air. Their mind screamed a single, undeniable truth. They didn't want to die. How is that possible? How can you, drowning in absolute despair, suddenly feel a desperate, overpowering need to live? Just a moment. After making the ultimate decision, this is the haunting truth of the suicide paradox, a contradiction that forces you to confront the strangest, most misunderstood depths of human suffering at its core. This paradox exposes an internal war, your desperate need to escape pain colliding with a primal instinct to survive when the weight of your existence feels unbearable. The thought of ending it all seems like the only way out, but here's the twist: the very act of facing death can awaken something raw, something unexpected, a furious, undeniable will to. Live survivors describe it as an epiphany, a moment of clarity that shatters the darkness, as though in the very second they teeter on the edge. The mind reveals the part of them that still wants to fight, to hold on to hope. But the paradox doesn't stop there. Most who attempt suicide say their pain wasn't about wanting to die. It was about wanting the suffering to stop. It wasn't life they wanted to escape, but the unbearable weight they carried inside it. And yet, in those final moments, many realize something profound. They don't truly want to leave life behind. They just want a life that feels worth living. Why does it take coming so close to death to wake up to this? Why do so many survivors say their darkest moment became the turning point for something better? It's as if crossing the threshold between life and death forces a sudden, brutal clarity, stripping away all illusions, leaving only the raw, unfiltered truth of existence. But why does it take standing at the very edge to finally see it? Is it the finality of the decision that makes life suddenly feel precious, or is it something deeper, a resilience inside you that you never even knew existed? The suicide paradox is more than a cruel contradiction. It's a mirror reflecting the chaos of human emotion. It forces you to question what pain truly is, how much of it is amplified by isolation, by hopelessness, by the stories you tell yourself. It exposes the silent, invisible hope buried beneath layers of suffering, the hope that whispers, wait, maybe there's another way. Perhaps the greatest truth of this paradox is this: pain and hope can exist in the same breath. Confronting death can awaken an unstoppable desire to live, and in your darkest moment, when you believe there is no way out, it's often the faintest flicker of hope that pulls you back into the light, the immortality paradox. Imagine the thrill of realizing you'll never face the finality of death. No more ticking clocks, no worrying about running out of time. At first it feels like paradise, a golden ticket to explore every passion, every corner of the world, to achieve anything your heart desires. But then, as centuries stretch into millennia, the sheen begins to dull. The excitement you once felt gives way to something far darker: boredom, detachment, and a gnawing emptiness. This is the immortality paradox, a haunting contradiction where the ultimate gift of endless life reveals itself as the heaviest burden. Let's start at the beginning with the allure of immortality. For centuries, humans have dreamed of cheating death. It's in our myths, our religions, our science fiction, from the fountain of youth to cryonic preservation. The idea of living forever has captivated us, and why wouldn't it? Death is the ultimate unknown, the shadow that looms over every decision we make. Immortality offers an escape from that shadow, a chance to live without fear. But what happens when that fear is replaced by something else entirely? A life so long that it starts to feel meaningless at first. Immortality would feel exhilarating. You could spend decades mastering every art form, learning every language, experiencing every culture. Time would be your infinite playground, and the possibilities would seem endless. But here's the catch: without limits, the very things that give life meaning begin to erode. You'd no longer need to rush to learn piano before your fingers stiffen with age, or to write that novel well. Inspiration burns bright. There's always tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. Century procrastination becomes a way of life, because eternity has no deadline. And as the urgency fades, so does the meaning. Now think about the relationships you'd form at first. You'd cherish the connections, reving in the joy of love and friendship. But humans are more, and their lives are fleeting as you outlive everyone you care about. Loss becomes a constant companion. You might try to guard yourself to avoid attachments, but even that comes at a cost. Isolation seeps in, and you're left watching the world move forward while you remain a fixed point in an ever-changing landscape. The faces you once cherished become blurred memories, and the grief of countless lost years accumulates like layers of sediment, weighing heavier with each passing century. Even the pursuit of knowledge, often seen as a reason to live indefinitely, loses its spark. After centuries of study, you'd know all the answers to life's greatest mysteries. You'd have read every book, learned every theory, explored every inch of the earth. What then? What's left to discover when every question has been answered? Immortality robs life of its central tension, the interplay between the known and the unknown, the finite and the infinite. It's that tension that gives us purpose, driving us to create, to connect. To leave a legacy without it, existence becomes a monotonous loop, an endless stretch of days blending into one another. But the paradox deepens when you consider the emotional weight of eternity. The human psyche is built to process beginnings and endings, to find closure and move on. Immortality disrupts that rhythm, leaving you stranded in a limbo where nothing truly ends, but nothing feels complete. Relationships fade, but your memory of them lingers. Uncomfortably vivid projects lose their urgency, but they're never fully abandoned. Abandoned even pain, the kind that time is supposed to heal, becomes eternal. Every joy, every heartbreak, every triumph becomes a fragment of a vast, overwhelming collection you carry with you forever. How do you find meaning in the face of endless repetition? The immortality paradox isn't just about boredom or grief. It's a question of identity. Who are you when the world around you changes, but you remain the same? Cultures evolve, values shift, and languages disappear, but you're stuck as a relic of an earlier time do. You adapt constantly, reshaping yourself to fit into a world that feels increasingly alien. Or do you cling to the past, becoming a lonely monument to a bygone era? Either choice feels like a betrayal of yourself or the world around you. But perhaps the most profound layer of the paradox lies in the question of mortality itself. Death, as painful and terrifying as it may be, gives life its shape. It's the deadline that forces us to act, to make choices, to treasure the fleeting moments we have without it. Life becomes a sprawling, formless expanse, untethered from the very limitations that make it precious. Immortality, in its quest to conquer death, ultimately strips life of its urgency, its beauty, its meaning. So what can we learn from the immortality paradox? It forces us to confront our deepest fears and desires, to ask why we yearn for endless life when its consequences could be so devastating. It challenges us to find meaning not in the length of our days, but in their depth, to cherish the finite moments that make life so achingly beautiful. The paradox doesn't just reveal the curse of immortality, it reminds us of the gift of mortality. It's our awareness of time's limits that pushes us to love fiercely, to create boldly, and to live fully. And perhaps in that realization, we can find a kind of immortality, not in endless existence, but in the richness of the lives we touch and the memories we leave behind. The prisoner's dilemma paradox. Picture this: you're sitting alone in a cold, dimly lit interrogation room. The air is heavy with the smell of stale coffee and fear across the hall. You know your accomplice is in an identical room. The detective leans in, offers you a deal, and everything hinges on one decision: betray or cooperate. If you both stay silent, you'll walk away with a slap on the wrist, but if you betray them while they stay loyal, you'll walk free, and they'll bear the full weight of the punishment. However, if you both choose betrayal, the punishment for both will be far worse. Your heart races as you try to calculate the odds. Trust feels like a gamble, but self-interest whispers that betrayal is the safer bet. This is the prisoner's dilemma paradox, a haunting reflection of human behavior that challenges the very foundation of trust, cooperation, and self-interest. On the surface, it's a simple game of logic, but peel back the layers and it reveals profound truths about how we navigate relationships, societies, and even global conflicts. The brilliance of the paradox lies in its cruel simplicity. Cooperation offers the the best collective outcome, but it demands trust, a fragile currency that's easily shattered. Betrayal, on the other hand, feels safer. It puts your fate in your own hands, removing the need to depend on someone else. But here's the catch: if both you and your partner choose to betray, the consequences are catastrophic. What should have been a shared victory becomes a shared defeat, all because self-interest overshadowed trust. In this dilemma, the stakes are heightened by the uncertainty of the other person's choice. You can't see them, can't read their intentions. You're left to wrestle with your own fear and doubt. What if you trust them and they turn on you? What if they trust you and you take advantage of their vulnerability? The paradox forces you to confront a chilling truth about human nature, the tension between self-preservation and the greater good. Now extend this beyond the interrogation room. The prisoner's dilemma isn't just a theoretical exercise, it plays out in countless ways in real life. Imagine two companies in fierce competition. If both agree to fair pricing, they can coexist and thrive. But if one decides to undercut the other, they might gain an edge, unless, of course, both choose to slash prices, leading to a mutually destructive race to the bottom. Or think about international relations. Two nations with the option to disarm can ensure peace, but the fear that the other might secretly rearm pushes both to stockpile weapons, perpetuating an arms race that benefits no one, even in personal relationships. The paradox rears its head. Picture a conflict with a friend or partner. Both of you could choose to communicate honestly, to cooperate and resolve the issue, but fear of vulnerability might push one or both toward defensiveness, accusations, or betrayal of trust. The result, a fracture that could have been avoided with mutual goodwill. What makes the prisoner's dilemma so universally compelling is how it exposes the fragility of trust. Trust is a gamble, a leap of faith that the other person will act in good faith. Yet trust is also the foundation of any meaningful connection. Without it, relationships crumble, communities fracture, and societies descend into chaos. The paradox reveals the knife's edge. We walk in every interaction too much trust, and you risk exploitation; too little, and you guarantee failure. But there's a twist in the tale. The prisoner's dilemma doesn't have to end in betrayal if the game is played not once, but repeatedly. What theorists call the iterated prisoner's dilemma. Something remarkable happens. Patterns emerge, trust becomes possible, cooperation can flourish in this version. Your choices today influence your opponents. Choices tomorrow betray once, and you might gain an edge, but you risk burning bridges for future rounds. The dynamic shifts, teaching us that relationships, whether between individuals, businesses, or nations, are built not on isolated decisions, but on repeated interactions. Here's the profound lesson. Cooperation isn't naive. It's strategic. It requires patience, resilience, and the courage to trust even when betrayal seems tempting. And when cooperation takes root, it creates something far more powerful than individual gain. It builds shared, prosperity lasting bonds, and a sense of collective purpose, yet the paradox lingers. What about the times when trust is betrayed, when cooperation is met with selfishness? The answer lies in how we respond. Do we retreat into cynicism, choosing betrayal as our default, or do we risk trusting again, knowing that the alternative is a world devoid of connection and community the prisoners? Dilemma challenges us to look beyond the immediate payoff and consider the long game. It asks us to see ourselves not as isolated actors, but as part of a web of relationships where our choices ripple outward in ways we can't always predict. And perhaps its greatest lesson is this: true strength isn't in choosing self-interest, it's in choosing to trust, to cooperate, and to build something greater than the sum of its parts, even when the risk feels unbearable. So the next time you're faced with a decision that pits trust against self-interest, remember the paradox. It's not just about winning or losing, it's about who you choose to be and the kind of world you want to create. The paradox of war for peace, war for peace. The phrase alone feels like a contradiction, doesn't it? Picture the rallying cries of leaders, the banners proclaiming justice, the promises of a better tomorrow. You're told this battle will end all battles. This war will finally bring peace. And yet, as the bombs fall, the soldiers march, and the innocent suffer, you're left with an unsettling question: how can violence ever lead to the absence of violence? This is the paradox of war for peace, a chilling loop where the pursuit of peace through destruction only seems to deepen the cycle of conflict. It's a paradox we've witnessed throughout history. Nations wage wars with noble intentions, or so they claim, to defend freedom, to protect sovereignty, to rid the world of tyranny. The rhetoric is always the same: this war is necessary, this war will bring lasting peace. And yet, when the dust settles and treaties are signed, the scars remain. The survivors carry their wounds, the land bears its devastation, and the seeds of future conflict are quietly sown. The war that was supposed to end all wars becomes just another chapter in an unending saga. Take a moment to reflect on this. In war, every side sees itself as the hero, the righteous force fighting for peace. But that very mindset, us versus them, good versus evil, is what perpetuates conflict. To fight for peace, you must dehumanize your enemy, justify their destruction, and accept collateral damage as a necessary evil. But can peace ever truly arise from a foundation built on hatred, fear, and loss? Or does every war simply create new grievances, new vendettas, and new reasons for the next battle? The paradox becomes even clearer when you consider the aftermath of war. History is littered with examples of conflicts fought in the name of peace that only led to greater instability. The First World War, hailed as the war to end all wars, ended with a fragile peace that crumbled into the horrors of the Second World War. The fight against terrorism, intended to create a safer world, has often resulted in prolonged violence, displacing millions and fostering resentment. Even the so-called victories of war are haunted by the cost human. Lives shattered, communities, and the psychological toll on those who fight and survive. But why does this paradox persist? The answer lies in the nature of power and fear. War is often seen as a means of control, a way to assert dominance and eliminate threats. Yet power achieved through violence is inherently unstable. It breeds resistance, rebellion, and retaliation. Fear, too, plays a central role. Leaders and nations justify war by appealing to the fear of what might happen if they don't act. They convince themselves and their people that violence is the only option, but in doing so, they fail to see that fear itself is a form of violence, one that perpetuates the cycle. Now let's flip the lens. What about the individuals caught in the crossfire? For them, war is never abstract. It's the sound of explosions tearing through their homes, the sight of loved ones lost, the constant dread of what tomorrow might bring. For the soldiers, it's the weight of orders that demand they take lives in the name of peace. For the survivors, it's the burden of rebuilding amidst ruins. The paradox of war for peace isn't just a geopolitical dilemma, it's a deeply human tragedy, and yet the paradox also reveals something profound about our understanding of peace. Peace isn't just the absence of war. It's a state of harmony, trust, and coexistence. True peace requires healing, reconciliation, and a willingness to address the root causes of conflict, poverty, inequality, and the thirst for power. War, by its very nature, cannot achieve these things. It's a blunt instrument capable of breaking but not building, of silencing but not resolving. So where does this leave us? Are we doomed to repeat this cycle forever? The answer lies in rethinking what it means to fight for peace. It's not about weapons or battles. It's about courage, the courage to negotiate, to listen to compromise, the courage to address systemic injustices and create conditions where conflict is less likely to arise. It's about recognizing that peace isn't a destination you reach by force. It's a process you nurture through understanding and empathy. The paradox also invites us to reflect on the stories we tell ourselves about war and peace. Too often, we glorify war as a necessary evil, a test of strength and resolve. But what if we shifted the narrative? What if we celebrated those who build bridges instead of walls, those who heal instead of harm? What if we saw peace not as the absence of conflict, but as the presence of justice and compassion, the power of war? For peace isn't just a critique of violence, it's a call to action. It challenges us to break the cycle, to seek solutions that don't rely on destruction, and to recognize that the greatest victories aren't won on battlefields, but in the hearts and minds of those who dare to imagine a better way. So the next time you hear the rallying cry for war in the name of peace, pause. Ask yourself, is this the path to harmony or just another turn in the cycle? True peace doesn't come from the ashes of destruction. It comes from the courage to build a world where war is no longer seen as a solution. And that courage perhaps is the greatest weapon of all. The happiness paradox. Imagine chasing happiness like a butterfly in a field you run arms outstretched, desperate to catch it, but every step you take sends it flitting just out of reach. The harder you try, the faster it escapes, and when you finally collapse in exhaustion, you realize the butterfly was never meant to be caught. This is the happiness paradox. The strange truth that the more you chase happiness, the further it seems to slip away. You've probably felt it's you. Set goals, a promotion, a new relationship, a dream vacation, each one promising to deliver that elusive sense of fulfillment. And yet, when you finally achieve them, the joy is fleeting. It dissolves, leaving you wondering why the satisfaction didn't last. So you set another goal, convinced that this one will be the key, but the cycle repeats and happiness remains just out of reach. Why does this happen? The paradox lies in how we define happiness. Society sells us a version of joy tied to external achievements, wealth, success, status. We're told that if we just acquire the right things or hit the right milestones, happiness will follow. But here's the twist: happiness tied to external factors is inherently fragile. It's a moving target, always shifting as we adjust to new circumstances and crave something more. Psychologists call this the hedonic treadmill. You think you're running toward happiness, but you're really just running in place. Now consider this: the very act of obsessing over your own happiness can make you miserable when your focus is solely on yourself. What you want, what you lack. You magnify every little perfection in your life. Each unmet desire feels like a failure, and each fleeting moment of joy is overshadowed by the fear of losing it. The pursuit becomes a trap where the harder you try to be happy, the more acutely you feel the gap between where you are and where you think you should be. But the paradox goes deeper. Think about the people who seem genuinely happy. Are they the ones constantly chasing their own joy, or are they the ones who focus on others who lose themselves in meaningful work, relationships, or service? True happiness often emerges when we stop fixating on ourselves and instead connect with something larger. It's found not in grabbing, but in giving, not in holding on, but in letting go. Let's explore why this shift works. When you stop chasing happiness as an external prize, you free yourself from the pressure to achieve it. Happiness becomes less about what you have and more about how you approach life. Gratitude, for example, shifts your focus from what's missing to what's already. Present kindness and compassion pull you out of self-absorption, creating a sense of purpose and connection. These aren't just feel-good cliches, they're backed by research. Studies consistently show that acts of generosity and mindfulness lead to deeper, more sustainable happiness than any material possession or fleeting pleasure. But here's where the paradox becomes truly profound. Happiness isn't something you can force or plan. It often comes when you least expect it, in the quiet moments between your grand pursuits. It's in the laughter shared with a friend, the sunset you almost didn't notice, the feeling of being fully immersed in something you love. These Moments can't be chased, they must be allowed to arrive naturally, and the harder you try to engineer them, the more elusive they become. This isn't to say goals and ambitions are wrong, far from it, striving for improvement, and achievement is part of being human, but when we tie our happiness exclusively to outcomes, we set ourselves up for disappointment. The key is to pursue goals not as a means to an end, but as an expression of who we are. When you find joy in the process, whether it's learning a new skill, nurturing a relationship, or simply being present, you shift the focus from what you're trying to gain to how you're living right now. The happiness paradox also invites us to rethink what it means to be happy. It's not a permanent state of euphoria or an unbroken chain of perfect moments. True, happiness is quieter, subtler. It's a sense of contentment, a deeper rooted satisfaction that doesn't depend on constant stimulation or success. It's the ability to embrace life's ups and downs with grace, to find meaning even in the struggles. So, how do you escape the paradox? By letting go. Let go of the idea that happiness is something you can catch or achieve. Let go of the need to compare your joy to others or to live up to some ideal. Instead, focus on being present, on appreciating what you have, on connecting with the world around you. Paradoxically, the less you chase happiness, the more it will find you in the and. The happiness paradox teaches us that joy isn't something you reach by running toward it. It's something you uncover by standing still, by living fully, by embracing the imperfect, fleeting beauty of life. Happiness isn't a destination, it's the path itself. And once you stop chasing, you might just realize you've been walking it all along the time travel paradox. Imagine standing in front of a shimmering portal, the swirling gateway to the past. You step through, heart racing, and find yourself decades before your own birth. The air smells different, the world feels slower, and you're faced with a question that has haunted philosophers and physicists for centuries. What if you killed your grandfather before he had children? The implications are chilling. If he never had children, your parent wouldn't be born. If your parent wasn't born, you wouldn't exist. But if you never existed, who killed him? This is the time travel paradox, or more specifically, the grandfather paradox, a mind-bending conundrum that tears apart the fabric of causality and forces us to question whether time is the straight line we assume it to be, or something far stranger. At first glance, it seems simple. Events follow a linear sequence. Cause leads to effect. A seed grows into a tree, which drops more seeds, creating a continuous chain of existence. But the moment time travel enters the picture, that chain becomes tangled. You're no longer just a product of the past. You have the power to alter it, and with that power comes chaos. Let's dissect the paradox. If you kill your grandfather before your parent is conceived, your own existence becomes impossible. No, you know. Time traveler. No grandfather killed. This creates a contradiction, a loop, where the act of altering the past erases the very person who altered it. It's illogical, dead end like a snake swallowing its own tail. Time as we understand it simply cannot handle this kind of self-referential disruption, but the paradox doesn't stop at logic. It strikes at the heart of causality itself. Our entire understanding of the universe is built on the idea that causes precede effects. The sun rises because the earth rotates, a ball falls because of gravity time. Travel, however, flips this on its head. If you can change the past, the effect your action precedes the cause, your birth creating a feedback loop that defies everything we know about how the universe works. Now consider the ripple effects. Killing your grandfather isn't just about erasing yourself, it's about rewriting history. Your existence influences countless events directly and indirectly. If you were never born, who else? Life changes friends you would have, made decisions you would have influenced entire generations, shaped by your presence. All of it erased in a single moment. Time becomes a web, not a line, and pulling one thread risks unraveling the entire structure. To navigate this paradox, some theories suggest that time may not be as fragile as it seems. One possibility is the self-consistency principle, IPL, which proposes that time prevents paradoxes by self-correcting. In this view, no matter how hard you try, you can't actually change the past in a way that disrupts your own existence. Perhaps your gun jams, or you accidentally miss your target, or your grandfather survives. Against all odds, time in this theory is like a river. You can toss a stone, but the current always smooths things out. But there's another wilder possibility. Parallel timelines in this interpretation. The moment you alter the past, you create a new branch of reality. Killing your grandfather doesn't erase you, it simply spawns a parallel universe where you never existed in your original timeline. Everything remains intact while the new timeline evolves independently. This theory sidesteps the paradox by allowing for infinite possibilities, each contained within its own version of reality. Yet even parallel timelines raise questions. If infinite versions of you exist across countless universes, what does that say about free will? Are your choices truly your own, or are they just one thread in an infinite tapestry of possibilities? And if every timeline exists simultaneously, does time even have meaning at all? The time travel paradox also forces us to confront our relationship with the past. How much of our identity is tied to what has already happened? If you could go back and change your mistakes, would you still be the same person? And if time travel makes the past malleable, does the present lose its significance? Beyond the philosophical dilemmas, the paradox has real implications for science. Physicists wrestle with these questions in the context of Einstein's theory of relativity, which allows for time dilation and the possibility, at least theoretically, of time loops. But reconciling these concepts with quantum mechanics, where cause and effect become blurry, has proven elusive. The time travel paradox stands at the frontier of our understanding, a challenge to the very foundations of physics and logic. Ultimately, the paradox isn't just about Whether you could kill your grandfather, it's about what it means to exist in time. At all, are we prisoners of a linear timeline moving inexorably from past to future, or are we part of something more fluid, where the boundaries between then, now, and later blur into a continuum we can barely comprehend? Perhaps the true lesson of the time travel paradox is that some questions aren't meant to be answered, they're meant to be pondered, to stretch our minds and challenge our assumptions. Time, with all its mysteries, remains one of the universe's greatest puzzles, and maybe that's exactly as it should be. After all, if we could master time, would it still hold the same wonder? Or would we, like time travelers caught in a loop, lose ourselves in the very fabric we sought to control? The fairy paradox. Look up at the night sky. Thousands of stars sparkle against the vast black canvas, each one a beacon in the incomprehensible expanse of the universe. You can't help but wonder if the cosmos is so vast, so old, and filled with countless planets that could support life. Where is everyone? Why is it that, despite decades of searching, we've heard nothing but silence? This is the fairy paradox, a haunting question posed by physicist Enrio Ferri. It's not just a riddle, it's a reflection of our place in the universe and a confrontation with truths that may be too big or too terrifying for us to grasp. The math alone makes the silence unsettling. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, contains over 100 billion stars, many with planets in there. Orbit astronomers have identified billions of Earth-like planets in the so-called habitable zone, where conditions are ripe for life as we know it. Expand that to the observable universe, with its estimated 2 trillion galaxies, and the potential for life feels infinite if intelligent. Civilizations are even moderately common. The universe should be teeming with them. We should be picking up signals, encountering probes, or even seeing evidence of colossal engineering projects. Yet we see nothing. The silence of the stars grows louder the more you think about it. If intelligent life has had billions of years to evolve, why haven't we detected even a whisper? The paradox becomes even more perplexing when you consider how quickly humans have developed technology. In just a few 100 years, we've gone from harnessing electricity to sending probes beyond our solar system. If a civilization only slightly older than ours existed there, technology would be light years ahead of ours. Literally, they should be everywhere, but they aren't. So where is everyone? One possibility is that we're alone, truly terrifyingly alone. Maybe Earth is a cosmic fluke, a 1 in a trillion accident, where all the right conditions aligned to create life. It's a humbling and sobering thought. In the infinite vastness of space, we might be the only beings looking back at the stars, wondering if anyone else is out there. But perhaps it's not that life is rare, it's that in all that life is. Short-lived civilizations might emerge, flourish, and self-destruct before they have a chance to explore the cosmos. Nuclear war, environmental collapse, or runaway artificial intelligence could all snuff out a species before it reaches the stars. In this view, the silence is a graveyard, And the absence of evidence is the evidence itself, a chilling reminder of the fragility of existence. Another possibility is that life is out there, but it's hiding or ignoring us. What if advanced civilizations see us as too primitive to bother with, like ants at the edge of a superhighway? Or perhaps they've mastered the art of invisibility, staying viant to avoid detection by hostile forces. This idea, often called the zoo hypothesis, suggests that Earth might be part of a cosmic preserve, observed from afar but left undisturbed. The thought is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because we're not alone, unsettling because we're powerless to change our isolation. Then there's the terrifying possibility of the great filter. This theory posits that somewhere along the path from simple life to advanced civilization, there's a nearly insurmountable barrier. It could be the jump from single-celled organisms to complex life, or from intelligent beings to sustainable civilizations. If the great filter lies behind us, we're incredibly lucky proof that we've already beaten the odds. But if it lies ahead, the silence becomes a warning. Whatever prevents civilizations from reaching the stars is still waiting for us. And yet there's another layer too. The paradox, one that challenges our assumptions about life itself. What if intelligent beings don't think like us, act like us, or even exist in forms we can recognize? We imagine civilizations sending radio signals or building Dyson spheres. But what if there exists distance transcends physical form? They could be digital consciousnesses, vast networks of energy or entities existing in dimensions beyond our comprehension. The silence in this case isn't an absence, it's a mismatch of understanding. The my paradox forces us to confront the limits of our knowledge. It asks whether we're truly prepared to understand the universe, or whether our search for life is clouded by the narrow lens of human experience. It challenges us to consider what it means to be intelligent, to communicate, to exist in a cosmos so vast. It defies imagination, but perhaps the most haunting aspect of the paradox is the possibility that we are not prepared for the answer. If we discovered intelligent life tomorrow, would we embrace it or fear it? Would it unite us or deepen our divisions? And what if the silence itself is the answer, a sign that those who speak too loudly don't survive the fairy? Paradox isn't just a scientific question, it's a mirror reflecting our deepest hopes and fears. It reminds us of the fragility of life, the vastness of the unknown, and the importance of cherishing our fragile blue PL planet until we find an answer, or the answer finds us. The paradox will remain a silent whisper from the stars that keeps us wondering, searching, and dreaming. The free will paradox. Picture yourself standing at a crossroads, two paths stretching into the unknown. You feel the weight of the decision in your chest, the freedom to choose, the power to steer your own destiny. But then a question creeps in. Like a shadow, is this choice truly yours, or is it the inevitable result of forces beyond your control, your genetics, your upbringing, the sum of every experience you've ever had? The free will paradox asks a question that shakes the very foundation of what it means to be human. Are you the author of your life or just an actor in a script already written at first glance? Free will feels undeniable. You make choices every day: what to eat, where to go, whom to love. It's a cornerstone of how we see ourselves. The belief that we're in control of our lives. Without it, concepts like morality, responsibility, and purpose would unravel. After all, how can you be held accountable for your actions if they were never truly yours to begin with? But the deeper you look, the more fragile this idea of free will becomes. Let's start with the most unsettling possibility: determinism. This is the idea that everything in the universe, including your thoughts and actions, is governed by cause and effect. Every decision you make is simply the result of prior events. Your genetic makeup, the environment you grew up in, the neurons firing in your brain. You might feel like you're making a choice, but in reality, you're following a chain of causality stretching back to the dawn of time. If determinism is true, free will is an illusion, and you're a passenger on a train you can't control. But here's where the paradox deepens. Even if determinism isn't absolute, the alternative isn't much more comforting. Let's say randomness plays a role in your choices, like a roll of the cosmic dice influencing your thoughts and actions. Does that make you free? Not really. A random decision isn't a conscious one. It's just as outside your control as a predetermined one, whether it's the iron grip of causality or the chaos of random and free will seems to slip through your fingers. Either way, and yet you feel free, don't you? You feel like your choices matter, like you could have acted differently if you wanted to. This is where the paradox gets personal. If free will is an illusion, why does it feel so real? One answer lies in the complexity of the human mind. Your brain is a vast network of neurons processing countless variables every second. The sensation of free will might emerge from this complexity, a kind of mental sleight of hand that masks the underlying machinery. But maybe the paradox isn't a trick. Maybe it's a deeper truth about the nature of freedom. What if free will isn't about being completely unbound by external forces, but about navigating within them? Think about a sailor on a ship. The wind and waves are beyond their control, but they can still adjust the sails, choose the direction, and steer the course. In this view, free will isn't absolute. It's the ability to make meaningful choices within the constraints of your circumstances. The paradox also forces us to confront the role of accountability. If your actions are shaped by forces beyond your control, how can we judge them? How can we blame someone for a crime if their upbringing, genetics, or trauma made it inevitable? And yet, society relies on the idea of free will to function. Without it, justice becomes a murky concept, and the lines between right and wrong blur. But here's the twist: even if free will is an illusion, it might be a necessary one. Believing in your ability to choose gives you agency, motivates you to grow, and helps you take responsibility for your life. If you stop believing in free will, would you stop Trying to improve, to learn to strive for something better, the paradox suggests that the illusion of freedom might be as important as freedom itself, the free. Will paradox also challenges us to rethink what it means to be human? Are we just complex biological machines running on neural algorithms and chemical impulses, or is there something more, a spark of consciousness that transcends? The physical giving us true autonomy, this question has fascinated philosophers and scientists for centuries, and despite advances in neuroscience and psychology, it remains. As mysterious as ever, perhaps the real power of the paradox lies in its ability to make us question our assumptions. It asks us to look closely at our choices, to examine the forces that shape them, and to take responsibility for our lives. Even if those lives are shaped by circumstances beyond our control, it's a reminder that freedom isn't about escaping constraints. It's about finding meaning and purpose within them. So the next time you stand at a crossroads, wrestling with a decision, remember the paradox. Whether your choice is truly free or shaped by fate, what matters most is how you embrace it. The power of the paradox isn't in solving it, but in living it, in making your choices with courage, compassion, and the belief that, illusion or not, your life is yours to shape. The paradox of tolerance. Imagine a society built on the principle of tolerance, a place where everyone is free to express their beliefs, live how they choose, and engage in open dialogue. It's an ideal vision, a testament to the power of diversity and mutual respect. But then an ideology emerges, one that preaches hatred, exclusion, and oppression. It rejects the very foundation of tolerance itself. You're faced with a dilemma. Do you allow these intolerant beliefs to flourish in the name of freedom, or do you draw a line, risking the very tolerance you set out to protect? This is the paradox of tolerance, a moral and philosophical trap that exposes the fragility of coexistence in an open society. It was first articulated by philosopher Karl Popper, who saw it not as a theoretical problem, but as an urgent challenge to the survival of democracy itself. The question at its core is as unsettling as it is profound. How far should tolerance go at first glance? The answer seems obvious. Tolerance is a cornerstone of freedom, the foundation of pluralistic societies, allowing opposing viewpoints, even ones we find uncomfortable or offensive, is essential to the free exchange of ideas. Without it, dialogue breaks down and oppression takes its place. But the paradox reveals a darker truth. When tolerance is extended to those who preach intolerance, it creates a gateway for hate and oppression to take root. Over time, the very principles of openness and freedom can be eroded by those who reject them. Picture this scenario: a group emerges within your tolerant society, advocating for the suppression of certain rights groups or beliefs. They use the very freedoms provided by tolerance to spread their message, recruit followers, and gain power. At first, they seem like a fringe movement, easy to ignore, but as they grow, their influence spreads like a virus. infecting public discourse and reshaping norms. By the time you realize the threat, it's too late. What started as tolerance has allowed an intolerance to dismantle the very freedoms it claimed to protect. The paradox forces us to confront a painful question. Where do we draw the line if tolerance has limits? Who decides what those limits are, and how do we enforce them without becoming the very thing we're trying to prevent? These aren't just abstract concerns, they're real dilemmas faced by societies around the world, from debates over free speech to conflicts over hate. Groups and extremist ideologies. Take freedom of speech, for example. It's one of the most cherished principles of a tolerant society, but it's also one of the most contested. Should this freedom extend to those who use it to spread hate, incite violence, or undermine the rights of others? Some argue that even the most offensive ideas should be allowed in the name of free expression, trusting that open debate will expose and discredit harmful views. Others contend that allowing such speech creates a breeding ground for intolerance, putting vulnerable groups at risk. History offers stark lessons about the dangers of unchecked tolerance. In the early 20th century, many democratic nations tolerated the rise of authoritarian movements, believing they could coexist with the democratic values, but in cases like Nazi Germany, that tolerance allowed hateful ideologies to gain power, dismantling democracy from within. These cautionary tales show that tolerance, when taken to an extreme, can become self-destructive, but rejecting intolerance isn't without its own risks. Who gets to decide what counts as intolerant? A government or group in power could misuse this principle to silent dissent, labeling legitimate criticism or opposition as intolerant. The paradox highlights the delicate balance a society must strike between protecting itself and avoiding authoritarianism beyond politics. The paradox also raises profound questions about human behavior. Intolerance often arises from fear, ignorance, or a sense of threat. Addressing these root causes through education, dialogue, and empathy can be more effective than simply suppressing intolerant ideas. But even these approaches have limits, especially when dealing with ideologies that are fundamentally opposed to dialogue or compromise. At its heart, the paradox of tolerance isn't just about rules or policies, it's about values. It challenges us to think deeply about what we're willing to stand for, and what we're willing to defend. It asks whether tolerance is a passive acceptance of all views or an active commitment to protecting the conditions that make tolerance possible. So what can we learn from this paradox? First, it teaches us that tolerance has limits, and those limits are necessary. A truly open society must reserve the right to reject ideas and behaviors that threaten its foundational principles. Second, it reminds us that tolerance isn't a static principle. It's a dynamic process requiring constant vigilance, courage, and critical thinking. And finally, it forces us to grapple with the tension between our ideals and the realities of human nature. The paradox of tolerance doesn't offer easy answers. It demands difficult questions. It challenges us to confront the complexities of living in a diverse society, to balance freedom with responsibility, and to recognize that the pursuit of tolerance is an ongoing struggle. In the end, the paradox isn't just a problem to be solved, it's a reflection of the fragile, messy, and beautiful experiment that is human coexistence, and perhaps its greatest lesson is this: true tolerance isn't about accepting everything, it's about standing firm in defense of what matters most. The bootstrap paradox. Imagine rummaging through an old attic and stumbling upon a dusty book. Its title catches your eye: How to Build a Time Machine. You devour its contents meticulously, following every instruction, until, impossibly, you construct the machine it described. Fueled by curiosity, you decide to test it, traveling back in time to leave the book for your younger self. The cycle is complete. But then it hits you: who wrote the book? This is the bootstrap paradox, a mind-bending puzzle that folds time in on itself. It's a paradox where an object, idea, or piece of information loops through time without an origin, defying our basic understanding of cause and effect. It doesn't just challenge reality, it unravels it. Let's break it down in the scenario above. The book exists, but it doesn't have a clear origin. You found it, learned from it, and then became the reason it was there in the first place. There's no author, no moment of creation. The book simply is this closed loop of causality, feels impossible yet within the framework of time travel, it's theoretically plausible. Now consider a different version of the paradox. Imagine a scientist who receives the plans for revolutionary invention from a time traveler. The scientist builds it and, years later, travels back in time to give the plans to their younger self who invented it. The invention exists, but it's trapped in a loop, its origin lost. In the folds of time, the paradox forces you to confront a disorienting truth. How can something exist if it has no beginning? The bootstrap paradox twist reality into a shape we can barely comprehend our entire understanding of. The universe is built on linear time. One event leads to another, causes create. Effects and origins anchor everything. The paradox shatters that framework, leaving us in a loop without a starting point. At its heart, the paradox exposes the fragility of causality. It asks whether cause and effect are as solid as we think, or whether they can fold back on themselves, creating a loop where events reinforce one another without an external cause. Is sty. In a way, the paradox mirrors the ultimate question of existence itself. Where did everything come from? Just as the universe's origin eludes us, the bootstrap paradox leaves us grasping at a beginning that might not exist. This paradox isn't just a theoretical game, it has profound implications for how we understand time, reality, and even identity. If an object or idea can exist without an origin, what does that say about the nature of creation? And if time can loop back on itself, what does that mean for free will? Are we simply following paths that have already been laid out, repeating cycles? Without realizing it now, let's complicate things further. Imagine the book from the attic wasn't just about building a time machine. It contained a groundbreaking scientific theory, a masterpiece of art, or a brilliant new philosophy if you pass it back in time. And it becomes famous. Who deserves the credit? Is the book's brilliance yours, or does it exist outside of authorship, untethered from its creator? The bootstrap paradox doesn't just blur time, it muddies the concept of ownership and originality. One of the most fascinating aspects of the paradox is how it challenges the idea of time as linear. We think of time as a straight line moving inexorably from past to future, but the bootstrap paradox bends that line into a circle where past and future feed into one another. It raises the possibility that time isn't what we think it is, that it might be malleable, recursive, or even an illusion. Science fiction has long been captivated by the bootstrap paradox. Think of the movie Interstellar, where a message sent back through time influences events in the past, or Doctor Who, where a Beethoven symphony exists only because it was passed back in time to Beethoven himself. These stories highlight the strange beauty of the paradox while also leaving us with unsettling questions. If time can loop, can it be trusted? If the future influences the past, does that undermine our ability to shape it? And yet, for all its complexity, the bootstrap paradox also carries a strange elegance. It's a closed system, a self-contained loop that defies explanation, yet functions perfectly within its own logic. It forces us to confront the limits of human understanding, to accept that not every question has an answer, and not every mystery can be solved. Perhaps the most profound lesson of the bootstrap paradox is its reflection of life itself. We search for origins, for beginnings, for the why behind everything, but sometimes the answer isn't linear. Sometimes it's a loop, a pattern that exists simply because it does so. The next time you find yourself pondering the origins of an idea, an object, or even the universe itself, remember the bootstrap paradox. It's not just a puzzle about time, it's a reminder that existence doesn't always follow the rules we think it should. Sometimes the answer lies not in the beginning or the end, but in the loop that connects them. And in that loop, reality becomes something far stranger and far more fascinating than we ever imagined. The paradox of control. You've felt it before, the need to take control. Maybe it's a project at work where every detail feels like it rests on your shoulders. Maybe it's a relationship where you fear losing someone so much that you try to shape their every move. Or maybe it's your own mind racing with anxious thoughts that you desperately try to silence. But the harder you grip, the more everything seems to unravel. This is the paradox of control, the haunting reality that the more you try to master a situation, the more it seems to master you. Imagine holding a handful of sand. Scoop it up gently and it sits comfortably in your palm, but squeeze it, tighten your grip, and the foam grains start to slip through your fingers. Control works the same way. The more you cling to it, the less you actually have. and yet the desire for control feels so natural, so human after. All isn't control the key to security, success, and happiness at first it seems. Logical. If you want something to go well, you take charge. You micromanage your team, obsess over every detail, plan for every possible outcome. But as the pressure builds, so does the resistance. People pull away, projects stall, and your own mind becomes a battlefield of frustration and exhaustion. The act of trying to control everything doesn't create stability, it breeds chaos. Why does this happen? The paradox lies in the very nature of control. True control isn't about forcing outcomes or bending the world to your will. It's about understanding the limits of your influence and knowing when to let go. But as humans, we crave certainty. We want guarantees, assurances that everything will turn out as we planned. This craving blinds us to the reality that life is. Unpredictable relationships are dynamic, and thoughts can't always be tamed. Take relationships, for example. You care deeply about someone, and that care turns into fear of losing them, fear of being hurt. So you start to control, questioning their choices, monitoring their actions, trying to steer their feelings. But control isn't love. It's a cage, and no one thrives in a cage. The tighter you hold on, the more suffocating it becomes, until the very person you're trying to keep close begins to drift away. Or consider your own thoughts. You sit down to meditate, determined to clear your mind, but the more you focus on not thinking, the more your brain rebels. Thoughts swarm like flies, each one more insistent than the last. It's only when you stop fighting, when you allow the thoughts to come and go without judgment, that a sense of calm begins to emerge. The paradox reveals itself. Control isn't about force, it's about flow, even in professional settings. The paradox of control rears its head. Leaders who micromanage often undermine the very outcomes they're trying to achieve. Employees feel stifled, creativity dries up, and resentment festers by trying to control every detail. Leaders lose sight of the bigger picture, and their teams lose the motivation to perform. True leadership, like true control, comes from trust. Trust in others, trust in the process, and trust that not everything needs to be perfect to succeed. But why is letting go so hard? Because it feels like surrender. To release control is to accept vulnerability, to acknowledge that outcomes aren't always in your hands. That's terrifying. It's much easier to cling tightly, to convince yourself that if you just try harder, you can make everything work. The paradox forces you to confront a difficult truth. Control is often an illusion, and the pursuit of it can leave you more powerless than ever. The wisdom of the paradox of control lies in its subtlety. It doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It means learning to differentiate between what you can influence and what you can't. It's about focusing on your efforts rather than obsessing over results. In a way, it's about humility, acknowledging that the world is too vast, too complex to be bent entirely to your will. Think about a river. You can't stop its flow. No matter how hard you try, but you can guide it build channels and work with its natural current. The same is true of life. You can't control every twist and turn, but you can shape your actions to align with its flow. Letting go of rigid control isn't weakness, it's wisdom. The paradox of control also invites us to rethink our relationship with failure. Often, our desire to control stems from a fear of things going wrong, but failure isn't the enemy, it's a teacher. By embracing uncertainty, by allowing space for mistakes and setbacks, we create room for growth, creativity, and resilience. So, how do you navigate this paradox? By loosening your grip. Trust that not everything needs to go exactly as planned. In relationships, replace control with an understanding. In work, replace micromanagement with empowerment. And in your own mind, replace resistance with acceptance. Paradoxically, it's when you stop trying to control everything that you begin to find a deeper sense of mastery. The paradox of control isn't just a philosophical puzzle, it's a practical guide to living with more ease, trust, and clarity. It challenges you to step back, to breathe, to let the grains of sand rest gently in your hand. And in that moment of letting go, you might just find that the control you were chasing was never about holding on. It was about learning to let life unfold. The paradox of choice. Imagine walking into an ice cream shop, craving something sweet. You're excited, ready to indulge, but instead of the usual 5 or 6 flavors, you're met with 50 options: chocolate, salted caramel, matcha, peanut butter, swirl, mango, sorbet, and combinations you've never even heard of. At first, the abundance feels exhilarating, but as you stare at the board, trying to decide, the excitement begins to fade. You second guess yourself. What if you pick pistachio but would have loved Rocky Road more? What if salted caramel is perfect, but you'll never know because you didn't choose it? By the time you finally settle on a flavor, the joy of the decision has drained away. This is the paradox of choice, the counterintuitive reality that while having options seems like the path to happiness, too many options can leave us feeling overwhelmed, anxious, and dissatisfied in a world where freedom of choice is often equated with the good life. This paradox flips the script, revealing that abundance can be more burden than blessing at first glance. Choice seems like an unequivocal good. After all, isn't freedom about having options? The ability to decide what we want when we want it is a hallmark of modern life, but the paradox lies in how our minds handle those decisions when faced with a few options. The choice feels manageable, even enjoyable, but as the number of options grows, so does the pressure. Every choice becomes a potential regret, every decision a gamble. The paradox plays out everywhere. Think about scrolling through a streaming service. You sit down to relax only to spend 30 minutes flipping through titles, unable to pick something to watch, or shopping for a new pair of jeans where endless styles, cuts, and brands leave you exhausted before you even try anything. On more choices don't just make deciding harder, they make us question the choices we do make. Why does this happen? Part of the answer answer lies in a psychological concept called opportunity cost. Every choice you make excludes. Countless others picking salted caramel means missing out on pistachio vanilla, bean or mango sorbet, and the more options you have, the more acutely you feel the weight of what you didn't choose, the satisfaction of. Your decision is diminished by the haunting possibility that something better was left behind, but it's not just regret that weighs us down, it's expectation. When choices are limited, our expectations are modest. If there are only 3 movies to choose from, we don't expect perfection, but when there are hundreds, we want the perfect movie, the one that will entertain us, move us, and leave us feeling fulfilled. And if the movie doesn't live up to that impossible standard, we're disappointed. Not because it was bad, but because it wasn't perfect. The more choices we have, the higher our expectations climb, and the more likely we are to feel let down even after the choice is made. The paradox lingers. Enter post-decision. Regret you buy the latest smartphone after hours of comparing specs, but instead of feeling satisfied, you wonder if another model would have been better. You go on vacation to a picturesque island only to scroll through social media and see someone else relaxing in a spot that suddenly looks more appealing. The paradox ensures that no matter what you choose, part of you will always wonder, did I choose wrong? Interestingly, not everyone experiences the paradox of choice in the same way. Psychologists distinguish between 2 types of people: maximizers and satisficers. Maximizers feel compelled to find the absolute best option in every situation, whether it's a car, a meal, or a career. They compare endlessly, analyze every detail, and often end up paralyzed by indecision. Even when they finally choose, they're plagued by doubts about whether they could have done better. Satisficers, on the other hand, aim for good enough. They make decisions quickly, trusting their instincts and accepting that no choice will ever be perfect. Unsurprisingly, satisficers tend to be happier, less stressed, and more content with their choices. The paradox shows us that sometimes the secret to happiness isn't finding the best, it's being satisfied with what's good enough. So how do we navigate the paradox of choice in a world overflowing with options? 1. Solution is to embrace limitations instead of scrolling endlessly. Set boundaries. Decide to pick from the first 5 movies you see, or limit your wardrobe to a handful of essentials. By reducing the number of choices you face, you free yourself from the burden of overthinking. Another strategy is to reframe how you approach decisions. Focus on the process rather than the outcome. Instead of asking what's the best option, ask what feels right in this moment. This shift takes the pressure of finding perfection and allows you to appreciate the act of choosing itself. Practice gratitude. The paradox thrives on what ifs and could have been, but gratitude anchors you in the present. It reminds you to appreciate what you have rather than dwell on what you might have missed. The paradox of choice isn't just a quirk of modern life. It's a mirror reflecting how we navigate freedom, happiness, and fulfillment. It challenges us to rethink our obsession with more and to recognize that true satisfaction often comes from simplicity in the end. The paradox teaches us a profound truth. Happiness isn't about having endless possibilities. It's about finding joy in the choices you make and letting go of the ones you didn't. Sometimes less really is more, and in a world of infinite options, the freedom to choose wisely and lightly may be the greatest gift of all. The paradox of self-sacrifice. You give your time, your energy, your love, and sometimes even your dreams, all for the sake of others, you tell yourself. It's noble that sacrifice icing your own needs makes you a better person, but as the days turn into years, a quiet question begins to echo in the back of your mind. At what cost? This is the paradox of self-sacrifice, the razor-thin line between selflessness and self-neglect. Where giving too much not only robs you of your own life, but can even harm the very people you're trying to help at. First, self-sacrifice seems like a virtue, doesn't it? Stories of heroes and martyrs fill our cultural consciousness, celebrated for putting others before themselves. Sacrifice is seen as the ultimate proof of love, of character, of morality. When you give, you feel purposeful, needed, valuable, but the paradox reveals itself when that giving starts to erode your sense of self. Imagine a candle burning to light a room. It gives warmth and brightness, but the more it burns, the more it consumes itself. Self-sacrifice operates the same way. At first, your efforts bring joy to others, but as you keep giving without replenishing, you begin to feel hollow. Exhaustion creeps and resentment follows. And the irony, the more depleted you become, the less you're able to truly help. The paradox becomes even more complicated when you consider motives. Are you sacrificing because you genuinely want to, or because you feel you should? Society often glorifies selflessness, framing it as a moral obligation, but when sacrifice comes from guilt or the desire to prove your worth, it's no longer an act of love, it's a burden, and that burden doesn't just weigh on you, it impacts those around you. People sense when your giving isn't joyful, and what should have been a gift starts to feel like a transaction, a quiet expectation of recognition or reciprocity. But perhaps the most troubling part of the paradox is how easily self-sacrifice can backfire. By constantly putting others first, you may intentionally foster dependence, stifling their growth and independence. A parent who sacrifices everything for their child might inadvertently raise someone who struggles to stand on their own. A partner who always gives in might breed an imbalance in the relationship. Your intentions are good, but the outcomes can be harmful, leaving you to wonder, was the sacrifice worth it? And yet the paradox isn't a call to abandon selflessness, it's a challenge to redefine it. True selflessness doesn't mean erasing yourself. It means giving from a place of abundance, not depletion. It's about balancing care for others with care for yourself. The paradox forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth: you can't pour from an empty cup. But where's the line between selflessness and self-neglect it? Lies in understanding your limits and recognizing when giving starts to harm. Rather than help, self-sacrifice becomes destructive when it strips you of your identity, your well-being, or your joy. The paradox reminds us that sacrificing yourself entirely doesn't make you noble, it makes you invisible and no one benefits from your disappearance. Consider the wisdom of bound boundaries. Saying no isn't selfish, it's essential. Boundaries aren't walls to keep people out, they're guard rails to protect your energy and ensure that when you do give it comes from a place of authenticity. Boundaries allow you to preserve your own well-being, making your sacrifices meaningful rather than obligatory. The paradox also asks us to examine what it means to truly help. Sometimes the most selfless thing you can do is to step back, to let others struggle and grow instead of stepping in. To save them, it's a form of giving that requires patience and trust. Trust that people are capable of standing on their own, even if it means stumbling along the way in relationships. The paradox of self-sacrifice challenges us to communicate honestly. Are you giving because it's what's needed or because you fear rejection if you don't? Are you sacrificing out of love or because you're afraid of being seen as selfish? The answers to these questions reveal whether your sacrifices are truly serving others or simply masking your own insecurities. The paradox also holds a powerful lesson about the nature of love. Love isn't measured by how much you give up. It's measured by how much you build together. True love, whether for a partner, a friend, or a community, isn't about diminishing yourself to lift others up. It's about creating a balance where both can thrive. So how do you escape the trap of the paradox? By recognizing that self-sacrifice isn't an either-or proposition. It's not about choosing between yourself and others, it's about finding harmony. It's about understanding that your well-being isn't selfish, it's a gift to those you care for. When you're a whole, you can give fully, freely, and joyfully. The paradox of self-sacrifice isn't just a question of how much you give, it's a question of how you give. It challenges you to redefine what it means to be selfless, to find strength in saying no, and to embrace the truth that caring for yourself is one of the most powerful ways to care for others. In the end, the paradox isn't about avoiding sacrifice, it's about making it sustainable. It's about lighting the way for others without burning yourself out. Because when you protect your own flame, you ensure it can burn brightly for years to come, illuminating not just your path, but theirs as well. The Sorites paradox: you imagine a heap of sand, golden, abundant, unmistakably a heap now. You reach out and remove a single grain. Surely it's still a heap, right? One grain can't possibly make a difference. But what if you keep going, grain after grain, methodically plucking each tiny piece away? At what point does the heap cease to exist? Is it after 10 grains, 100, 1,000? The moment the last grain remains, it's obvious there's no heap. But when exactly did it stop being one? This is the Sorites paradox, an ancient and deceptively simple thought experiment that unravels our understanding of categories, definitions, and the blurry lines that exist in the world we think we know so well it forces you to confront a troubling question. How can something that changes so gradually lead to such a stark transformation at first glance? The paradox seems trivial. A heap of sand is just sand, right? But the deeper you dive, the more unsettling it becomes. The paradox isn't just about sand, it's about the very way we draw boundaries in an inherently continuous world. Categories like heap, bald, or even rich are everyday shortcuts, concepts we use to make sense of reality, but the Sorites paradox shows us how fragile these definitions are, how they crumble under close scrutiny. Take baldness, for example. If someone loses one hair, they're not bald. Two, still not bald, but keep removing hairs, and eventually they are yet pinpointing the exact hair that finds baldness feels impossible. The same goes as for wealth. If you save a single dollar, you're not suddenly rich. But how many dollars does it take to cross that invisible threshold? The paradox exposes a profound tension between precision and vagueness. We crave clear definitions, bright lines that tell us when something is one thing and not another, but reality resists this clarity. Most of the concepts we use in daily life are vague by nature, defined not by sharp boundaries, but by a gradual shift. This vagueness is both a strength and a weakness. It allows us to navigate the complexities of the world without getting bogged down in unnecessary details. You don't need to count every grain to recognize a heap, or tally every penny to know someone is wealthy, but the Sorites paradox reveals the cost of this convenience. When we dig deeper, these definitions lose their sharp edges, leaving us in a gray area that's difficult to resolve. What's fascinating and unsettling about the Sorites paradox is how it applies to nearly every aspect of life. Think about aging. At what point does a child become an adult? There's no single moment, no definitive day that marks the transition, yet we draw arbitrary lines, 18, 21, or some other milestone, because it feels necessary. Or consider identity. At what point do incremental changes in your beliefs, preference, or habits make you a different person than you were before? The paradox also challenges our legal and societal frameworks. Laws are often built on categories: a minor versus an adult, poverty versus affluence, life versus death. But these distinctions are rarely as clear-cut as they seem. A single grain of sand or a single dollar might not matter, but where do we draw the line, and who gets to decide? Philosophers have wrestled with the Sorites paradox for centuries, searching for a solution to this slippery problem. Some argue that the issue lies not in the categories themselves, but in the way we use a language. Words like heap or bald are inherently vague, and expecting them to have precise boundaries is a mistake. In this view, the paradox isn't a problem to be solved, it's a reflection of how human language and thought work. Others propose that the solution lies in adopting a more nuanced approach to catagy or iation instead of seeing concepts as binary heap or not a heap. Bald or not bald, we could embrace degrees of truth. A pile of sand might be mostly a heap or almost not a heap, allowing for a spectrum rather than a strict either-or distinction, this approach rooted in fuzzy logic acknowledges the messiness of reality while preserving the utility of language. But the Sorites paradox isn't just an abstract puzzle, it's a mirror reflecting the uncertainty and ambiguity inherent in life. It forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that many of the boundaries we take for granted are arbitrary, shaped by convenience rather than reality. And while this realization can feel disorienting, it also holds a kind of freedom. Once you accept that categories like heap or bald are fluid, you can let go of the need for absolute definitions. You can embrace the idea that life is full of gray areas, that change is gradual, and that the world doesn't always fit neatly into the boxes we create for it. So the next time you find yourself obsessing over where to draw the line, whether it's in your relationships, your identity, or your goals, remember the Sorites paradox. It's not about finding the perfect boundary. It's about recognizing that the boundary itself is often an illusion, a convenience that helps us navigate a world that's infinitely complex and beautifully undefined. The ship of Theus paradox. Imagine standing on the docks, gazing at a majestic wooden ship, the ship of Theus. It's a symbol of history, a vessel that has weathered countless voyages, but over time its planks begin to rot, its sails were thin, and piece by piece you replace them. First a broken board here, then a splintered mast there, until eventually not a single original part remains. The ship still floats, its shape unchanged, its name etched proudly on its bow. But is it still the ship of Theus? Now consider this. Someone gathers the discarded planks, the rotted beams, and the worn sails. They painstakingly reconstruct the vessel using every piece of the original ship. When they're done, two ships stand side by side. One is made entirely of new materials, the other of old. Which one, if either, is the true ship of Theus? This is the ship of Thesis paradox, a centuries-old riddle that shakes the foundations of how we understand identity transformation and the very essence of what makes something itself. It's not just a puzzle for philosophers, it's a reflection of questions we all grapple with, whether about objects, people, or even our own sense of self. At first glance, the answer seems simple. The ship in the harbor, the one that's been continuously maintained and sailed, is Theseus's ship right after. All its journey hasn't been interrupted. It carries the memories of countless voyages, and to anyone who looks at it, it appears unchanged. But if identity is tied to physical components, the reconstructed ship, made entirely of the original parts, feels more authentic. If that isn't the ship of Thesis, then what is it? The paradox exposes the tension between two competing notions of identity, Continuity and composition, continuity, ties identity to a thing's existence over time, its history, its purpose, its role in the co. World composition, on the other hand, ties identity to the physical components that make it up. When those components change, does the identity change too now apply? The paradox to yourself: are you the same person you were 10 years ago? Every cell in your body has been replaced. Your thoughts and beliefs have evolved, and your experiences have reshaped you. So, what anchors your identity? Is it your memories, your name, your sense of self, or is it something more elusive, an essence that persists despite constant transformation? The ship of Theus also forces us to confront the nature of change. We like to think of identity as fixed, something we can point to and say, this is what it is. But the paradox reveals that change is constant, and identity may be less about what something is and more about how it becomes. Consider this: if the ship is repaired gradually, the transformation feels natural, but if all the planks were replaced at once, would it still feel like the same ship? The paradox shows how our perception of change shapes our understanding of identity. Gradual change is easy to accept because it feels seamless. Sudden change, however, forces us to question whether what remains is truly the same. The paradox doesn't just apply to ships or individuals, it resonates across art, technology, and culture. A piece of art restored with new materials, does it still hold the spirit of the original? A software program that evolves over decades through updates and rewrites, does it remain the same program? A nation that redefines its values and borders over centuries, how does it retain its identity? One fascinating resolution to the paradox comes from the idea of duality. Perhaps the answer isn't an either-or proposition. Both ships, the one rebuilt and the one maintained, carry the essence of the ship of Theseus in different ways. One embodies its physical history, the other its functional continuity. Identity in this view isn't a fixed point, it's a spectrum, a dynamic interplay between what was, what is, and what will be. The paradox also has profound implications for how we view personal growth. Just as the ship transforms plank by plank, so do we. Relationships, careers, beliefs all evolve over time. The ship of Theseus reminds us that change isn't something to fear. It's the very essence of existence. You are both the person you've always been and someone entirely new, constantly rebuilt by experience, choice, and time. But the paradox doesn't just challenge us to think, it challenges us to feel. It asks us to confront the emotional weight of transformation. The ship we sail, the memories we hold, the identities we cling to, all of them are in flux, and yet they remain meaningful because we invest them with meaning. The ship of Theus isn't just a question of what is, it's a question of what matters. So which is the real ship of Theus? The answer lies not in the ship itself, but in the stories we tell about it, whether it's the reconstructed vessel of old planks, the continually maintained ship, or something intangible that exists between them, the paradox invites us to embrace the complexity of identity. In the end, the ship of Theseus. Paradox isn't just a puzzle about a ship, it's a reflection of life itself. Like the ship, we are constantly changing, yet somehow we remain ourselves, perhaps the true beauty of the paradox is its refusal to be pinned down. It reminds us that identity isn't static, it's a journey, a process, a story we are always rewriting. And maybe, just maybe, that's what makes it real, the hedonistic paradox you want. To be happy, who doesn't? So you chase the things that promise joy, indulgent meals, luxurious vacations, wild parties, and endless entertainment. You tell yourself, this is what life is about: pleasure, enjoyment, freedom from pain. But somewhere along the way, something shifts. The things that once brought you happiness now feel hollow. The pleasure you sought so eagerly becomes a fleeting high, and the emptiness it leaves behind is deeper than the joy it brought. This is the hedonistic paradox, the perplexing truth that the more you pursue pleasure for its own sake, the harder it becomes to find it. Flips our assumptions about happiness on their head, revealing the true joy often hides in the places we least expect, in struggle, in growth and meaning at first glance. The pursuit of pleasure seems like a straightforward path to happiness. After all, life is short, and pleasure feels good. Why not fill your days with as much of it as possible? But the paradox reveals the trap hidden in this approach. Pleasure, by its very nature, is temporary, the thrill of a new purchase, the rush of a wild night out, the sweetness of a decadent dessert, all fade with time, and as they fade, they leave behind a craving for more. But here's the catch: the more you chase pleasure, the less satisfying it becomes. Psychologists call this hedonic adaptation, the tendency of humans to quickly return to a baseline level of happiness, no matter how much pleasure we experience. That new car, that dream job, that perfect relationship, they might make you happy for a while, but soon enough, the excitement fades, and you're left chasing the next thing and the next in an endless cycle of diminishing returns. The paradox runs even deeper when you focus solely on pleasure. You often lose sight of the very things that give it depth and meaning. Pleasure without purpose becomes shallow, disconnected from the struggles and triumphs that make life rich. Imagine eating your favorite dessert every day. At first, it's pure bliss. But after a week, a month, a year, the pleasure becomes routine, even dull, because it's no longer balanced by contrast or effort. True joy, paradoxically, often comes from the things that don't feel pleasurable in the moment. Think about the satisfaction of completing a tough workout, the pride of mastering a challenging skill, or the deep fulfillment of helping someone in need. These experiences aren't easy or comfortable, but they're meaningful. And meaning, it turns out, is a far more reliable source of happiness than pleasure alone. This is where the paradox becomes profound. The very act of not pursuing pleasure often leads to the deepest joy. When you focus on growth, connection, and purpose, things that require effort, sacrifice, and even discomfort, you create a life that feels whole. The pleasure you experience along the way is no longer an end in itself, but a byproduct of living in alignment with your values. Take relationships for example. Real love isn't just about the high, the romantic dates, the laughter, the passion. It's about the lows too, the misunderstandings, the compromises, the times when you have to put someone else's needs before your own. It's in the struggle and the effort that love deepens and becomes something more than fleeting pleasure. The paradox also reveals itself in how we approach work and success. Chasing wealth, status, or comfort for their own sake might bring temporary satisfaction, but it rarely leads to lasting fulfillment. On the other hand, work that challenges you, pushes you to grow, or contributes to something greater than yourself often brings a deeper, more enduring sense of joy, even if it's hard or frustrating in the moment. But why does this paradox exist? Part of the answer lies in how we're wired as humans. We're not just pleasure-seeking creatures. We're meaning-seeking ones. We're driven by a need to grow, to connect, to contribute. Pleasure is a part of that, but it's not the whole picture. When we chase pleasure at the expense of everything else, we're ignoring the deeper parts of our nature, and the result is often dissatisfaction. The hedonistic paradox also challenges us to redefine what happiness really means. Is it a life free of pain, filled with endless pleasure, or is it a life of balance, where joy is woven into the fabric of meaning, effort, and connection? The paradox invites us to step back from the endless pursuit of feeling good and ask what it is we're really looking for. So how do you escape the trap of the paradox? By shifting your focus. Instead of chasing pleasure, chase purpose. Find meaning in your struggles, joy in your growth, and connection in your relationships. Let pleasure be a part of your life, but not the center of it. And above all, remember that true happiness isn't something you can grab or hold. It's something that arises naturally when you live in alignment with what truly matters. The hedonistic paradox isn't a call to reject pleasure. It's a reminder to embrace life's fullness. Joy isn't found by avoiding discomfort, but by leaning into it, by finding meaning in the ups and downs, and by realizing that happiness isn't the goal, it's the reward of a life well lived. The liar's paradox. This statement is false. You hear it and your brain immediately starts working to make sense of it, but the more you think about it, the more you realize something's wrong. If the statement is true, then what it's saying must be correct, which means it's false. But if it's false, that means what it says isn't true, which makes it true. And just like that, you're caught in an infinite loop of contradiction, a hall of mirrors with no way out. This is the liar's paradox, a simple yet profoundly unsettling puzzle that breaks the very logic it's built on. It's a paradox of self-reference, where a statement refers to itself in a way that unravels the rules of truth and falsehood. At first, it might seem like a clever word game, but the deeper you go, the more it challenges everything you think you know about language meaning, and even reality itself. Think about it. Most statements in the world either describe something true or something false. The sky is blue can be verified by looking outside. I can fly unaided can be proven false with one ill-advised leap, but the liar's paradox doesn't describe the world it describes itself, and in doing so, it creates a loop that defies resolution. The paradox reveals a fundamental flaw in the way we think about truth. We like to believe that the world can be neatly divided into true and false, yes and no, black and white. But the liar's paradox exists in the gray space between these absolutes, a place where logic collapses under its own weight. The implications are staggering. If a single statement can exist that's neither true nor false, what does that mean for our entire system of reasoning, logic, mathematics, science? All rely on the assumption that truth is a stable foundation. The liar's paradox cracks that foundation, forcing us to confront the possibility that truth itself might not be as solid as we thought. One way to approach the paradox is to consider the concept of self-reference. The liar's paradox works because the statement loops back on itself, creating a situation where it evaluates its own truth value. This self-referential quality isn't unique to language. It appears in systems of all kinds. For example, in computer programming, a function that calls itself endlessly can crash a program. In mathematics, goals incompleteness. Theorems show that any sufficiently complex system contains statements that can't be proven true or false within that system. The liar's paradox is a linguistic version of these deeper structural issues, exposing the limits of our ability to define truth within a closed system. But what about solutions? Can the paradox ever be resolved? Some philosophers argue that it's a trick of language, an illusion created by mixing different levels of meaning. They suggest that this statement is false, is neither true nor false. It's meaningless, a linguistic glitch that breaks the rules of logical discourse. Others take a different approach, proposing that truth and falsehood aren't binary categories, but part of a spectrum. In this view, the liar's paradox occupies a middle ground, a kind of logical limbo where it's both true and false, or neither. This perspective, known as paraconsistent logic, allows for contradictions to exist without collapsing the entire system, a radical departure from traditional thinking. The liar's paradox also has a more personal, human dimension. It mirrors the way we often contradict ourselves in our thoughts, emotions, and actions. How many times have you said one thing but meant another, or held beliefs that conflicted with each other? The paradox reflects the messiness of human nature, the way we live with contradictions and navigate a world that's rarely black and white. And then there's the philosophical side of the paradox. It forces us to question the very nature of truth. Is truth an objective property of the universe, or is it something we construct through language and thought? If it's the latter, then the liar's paradox isn't just a puzzle. It's a mirror showing us the limitations of our own minds and the systems we've built to make sense of the world, but perhaps the most fascinating thing about the liar's paradox is its resilience for centuries. Philosophers, logicians, and mathematicians have wrestled with it, and yet it remains unsolved. It's a reminder that not all questions have answers, that some mysteries exist not to be solved, but to stretch our understanding and challenge our assumptions. The liar's paradox isn't just a riddle, it's a crack in the armor of certainty, a reminder that the world is more complex, more mysterious, and more beautifully baffling than we can ever fully grasp. So the next time you hear someone say, "This statement is false," let it take you on a journey into the depths of logic, language, and the fragile nature of truth itself, and maybe, just maybe, you'll find beauty in the contradiction. The paradox of effort. You lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, willing yourself to sleep. Your body is tired. Your mind is begging for rest, yet the harder you try, the more elusive sleep becomes. Each passing minute intensifies your frustration, and what started as a quest for calm spirals into a restless battle against your own thoughts. This is the paradox of effort, the baffling reality that the more you strive for something, the more it seems to slip out of reach. This paradox isn't confined to sleep. You felt it when trying to stay calm during a stressful situation, only to grow more anxious with each attempt, or when you've desperately sought inspiration only to find your creativity blocked by the very pressure to perform. The paradox of effort reveals a counterintuitive truth. Sometimes the harder you try, the further you get from your goal. At first glance, effort seems like the key to success. We're taught to believe that persistence pays off, that determination will get us what we want, and in many cases it does. Studying hard improves your grades. Training builds physical strength, and practice hones your skills. But the paradox of effort isn't about goals that require hard work. It's about those that demand something subtler, something effort alone cannot provide. Take sleep, for example. Sleep isn't something you can force. It's a process that requires letting go of thoughts of control, of the need to make it happen. The more you focus on achieving it, the more alert you become, because the act of striving keeps your mind active. Similarly, calmness isn't achieved by pushing away anxiety. It emerges when you allow yourself to feel anxious without resistance. Why does this happen? The answer lies in the way our minds work. Effort creates tension, a kind of mental resistance that makes it harder to achieve states that thrive on relaxation or openness. Imagine trying to hold water in your hands. The tighter you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. But loosen your grip, and the water rests easily in your palm. The same principle applies to the goals caught in the paradox of effort. Another layer of the paradox comes from the pressure we put on ourselves when you fixate on a goal, be it sleep, calm, or creativity. You attach your self-worth to achieving it. This creates a feedback loop. The more important the goal feels, the more anxious you become about not reaching it. That anxiety, in turn, makes it even harder to succeed. It's a vicious cycle, fueled by the very effort meant to break it. The paradox of effort also reflects a deeper truth about control. Some goals can't be achieved by sheer force of will. They require surrender, trust, and patience. Sleep comes when you stop. Trying calm arises when you accept your feelings without judgment. Inspiration strikes when you stop chasing it and allow your mind to wander. These states don't respond to force, they respond to flow. But this paradox isn't a call to abandon effort altogether. It's about understanding when effort serves you and when it sabotages you. There's a delicate balance between striving and letting go, and the key is knowing which to lean into for tasks that require focus and discipline. Effort is your ally, but for goals that demand relaxation, openness, or spontaneity, effort often gets in the way. Think about relationships. The harder you try to make someone like you, the more desperate you appear, pushing them further away. But when you relax, when you're genuine and not trying to force a connection, relationships tend to flow naturally. The same applies to happiness chasing. Happiness as a goal often leads to disappointment because happiness isn't something you achieve, it's something you experience when you're fully present in the moment. The paradox of effort challenges us to rethink how we approach life's challenges. It asks us to recognize when our striving is productive and when it's counterproductive. It invites us to embrace the art of letting go, to trust that some things will unfold in their own time if we create the right conditions. So, how do you navigate this paradox? Start by practicing awareness when you catch yourself pushing too hard, whether it's to sleep, to stay calm, or to feel inspired. Pause, notice the tension in your body, the tightness in your mind, then experiment with doing less. Focus on creating the conditions for your goal rather than forcing the outcome. For sleep, that might mean establishing a calming bedtime routine and letting your thoughts drift without judgment. For calm, it might mean grounding yourself in the present moment rather than trying to suppress your anxiety. The paradox of effort isn't about giving up, it's about finding balance. It's about knowing when to push and when to let go, when to strive, and when to trust. It's a reminder that not everything in life responds to force, and that sometimes the greatest effort you can make is the effort to stop trying so hard in the end. The paradox offers a profound lesson. The things we seek most deeply, peace, joy, connection, aren't prizes to be won through sheer determination. They're gifts that come when we create space for them to emerge, when we loosen our grip and allow life to flow. And in that surrender, you just might find what you were searching for all along. The Banach-Tarski paradox: imagine holding a ball in your hands. You can see it, feel its weight, understand its boundaries. Now imagine cutting that ball into several pieces, not slices like a cake, but fragments so mathematically complex that their structure defies ordinary logic. Here's where it gets surreal. Take those pieces and rearrange them, and suddenly you have two identical balls, each the same size and shape as the original. You haven't added anything stretched, anything, or changed the volume in any conventional sense. You've simply doubled what you had. This is the Banach-Tarski paradox, a mind-bending result in mathematics that defies everything we know about physical space. It sounds impossible, and for the physical world, it is impossible, but in the abstract realm of pure mathematics, where the rules of logic and infinity reign supreme, it's not just possible, it's provable. At the heart of the Bakari paradox lies the strange and unsettling nature of infinity in our everyday lives. We think of objects as finite, measurable, and bound by the laws of physics, but mathematics isn't limited by these constraints. It operates on a level where space and volume can behave in ways that seem absurd to our intuition. The paradox works because of a concept called non-measurable sets. These are sets of points so abstract, so intricately distributed, that the idea of volume doesn't apply to them in any conventional sense, using a mathematical property called the axiom of choice. The Bakari paradox shows that you can take an object like a ball divided into a finite number of non-measurable pieces and rearrange them into two identical copies of the original. If this sounds like magic, it's because it feels like it. You're essentially creating something from nothing, doubling the volume of the ball without adding any material. It's a direct challenge to the principles of conservation and common sense, but it's important to remember that this paradox doesn't apply to the physical world. It only works in the abstract framework of mathematical theory. Still, the implications are staggering. The Bakhtari paradox forces us to question the very nature of space and reality. What is volume really? Is it a fundamental property of objects? Or is it just a convenient way of describing the world as we perceive it? The paradox suggests that on a deep theoretical level, space isn't as continuous or intuitive as it seems. Think of a line drawn on a piece of paper. To your eyes, it looks smooth and unbroken, but in mathematics, that line is made up of an infinite number of points, and those points, they have no size, no volume, no dimension. They're abstractions. The Banach-Tarski paradox takes this idea to its extreme, showing that when you manipulate infinity in just the right way, the rules of ordinary space break down entirely. The paradox also raises profound questions about the limits of human understanding. We live in a finite physical world where objects behave predictably. The idea of doubling a ball by cutting it into pieces feels impossible because our intuition is grounded in this reality, but mathematics exists on a different plane, one where logic can produce results that defy every instinct we have. Critics of the Banach-Tarski paradox often point to its reliance on the axiom of choice, a controversial principle in mathematics. The axiom states that for any collection of sets, no matter how abstract or infinite, it's possible to choose one element from each set. While the axiom of choice is widely accepted, its implications can be deeply unsettling, leading to results like the Banach-Tarski paradox that seem to violate the laws of nature. But that's precisely what makes the paradox so fascinating, it's not meant to describe the physical world it's a window into. The abstract, a glimpse of how reality might behave if it weren't bound by the rules of physics. It challenges us to think beyond what's possible and explore the edges of logic and imagination. The Bakari paradox also has surprising connections to other areas of mathematics and science. It's a cornerstone of set theory, a branch of mathematics that explores the infinite. In the abstract, it touches on the philosophy of mathematics, raising questions about the nature of mathematical truth and the relationship between theory and reality. And while it may never have practical applications, its implications ripple through the mathematical world, inspiring new ideas and pushing the boundaries of what we think is possible. The Bakhtarsky paradox isn't just a mathematical curiosity, it's a profound reminder of the power and strangeness of human thought. It shows us that even in the most rigid logical systems, there are mysteries that defy comprehension, and perhaps that's the paradox's greatest gift. It invites us to embrace the unknown, to marvel at the infinite, and to recognize that the universe, both mathematical and physical, is far more complex and wondrous than we can ever fully grasp. So the next time you hold a ball in your hands, consider its infinite possibilities not as a physical object, but as an idea, a concept that exists beyond the boundaries of space and time. In the realm of mathematics, even the impossible becomes possible, and that's where the magic begins. Zeno's paradox S. Imagine standing at the edge of a field, staring at a finish line in the distance. You take a step forward, then another, but before you can reach the line, you need to cover half the remaining distance, and then half of what's left after that, and then half again. No matter how small the gap becomes, there's always another half to traverse the finish line. No matter how close feels infinitely out of reach. This is Zeno's paradox of Achilles, and the tortoise, one of several mind-bending thought experiments devised by the ancient Greek philosopher Zeno of Ala. These paradoxes are simple in their setup, but profound in their implications, exposing the strange and infinite nature of motion, time, and space at first glance. Zeno's paradoxes seem absurd. Of course, you can cross a room or finish a race. You do it every day, but the paradox lies not in whether motion is possible, but in how we understand it. By breaking motion into infinitely smaller steps, Zeno forces you to confront the unsettling truth that even the simplest actions, walking, running, reaching a goal, contain an infinite number of parts. How can something infinite ever be completed? Take another of Zeno's paradoxes. Achilles and the Tortoise. In this scenario, the mighty Achilles races a tortoise, but gives it a head start. Well, Achilles is faster by the time he reaches the point where the tortoise began. The tortoise has moved slightly ahead. When Achilles reaches that point, the tortoise has advanced. Again, this sequence continues indefinitely, making it seem as though Achilles can never overtake the slower tortoise. Logically, we know Achilles will surpass the tortoise. His greater speed ensures it, but Zeno's framing reveals a paradox within the mechanics of motion itself. How can Achilles cover an infinite number of points in a finite amount of time? Another of Zeno's paradoxes. The dichotomy paradox takes a similar approach to reach any destination. You must first travel halfway there, but before you can travel halfway, you must travel a quarter of the way, and before that, an eighth. This infinite series of steps suggests that even the simplest act of motion crossing a room should be impossible because it requires completing an infinite number of tasks. At the heart of Zeno's paradoxes lies the nature of infinity. When you divide space or time into infinitely smaller pieces, you're left with a question that mathematics and physics have wrestled with for centuries. How does something infinite fit within the finite for Zeno? These paradoxes weren't just intellectual games, they were philosophical tools meant to challenge the assumption that motion and change are as straightforward as they seem. Zeno belonged to the Eleatic school of philosophy, which argued that reality is unchanging and that motion and plurality are illusions. His paradoxes were designed to support this worldview, revealing the contradictions within our everyday assumptions about the world. The paradoxes remained unresolved for centuries, their mysteries captivating philosophers, mathematicians, and scientists alike. It wasn't until the development of calculus in the 17th century that a formal resolution emerged. Using the tools of calculus, mathematicians showed that an infinite series of steps could sum to a finite result. In the case of Achilles and the tortoise, for example, the infinite sequence of distances Hylas must cover gets smaller and smaller, converging to a finite total. This mathematical breakthrough reconciled Zeno's paradoxes with the observable reality of motion. But even with this resolution, Zeno's paradoxes remain profound. They remind us that our intuitive understanding of the world is often at odds with its deeper, more abstract truths. Motion, which feels continuous and effortless, is revealed to be a complex interplay of infinite steps and infinitesimal intervals. Time, which we experience as a steady flow, becomes a series of moments stacked endlessly upon one another. The paradoxes also resonate beyond mathematics, touching on questions of philosophy, physics, and even human experience in quantum mechanics. For example, the idea of dividing space and time into infinitely small units mirrors the concept of Planck length and Planck time, the smallest measurable scales in the universe. Zeno's paradoxes challenge us to think about whether space and time are truly continuous, or if they're composed of discrete, indivisible pieces. On a more personal level, Zeno's paradoxes reflect the human struggle with progress and achievement. How often do you feel like you're endlessly working toward a goal that always seems just out of reach? The finish line, like SW dichotomy, feels infinitely distant, no matter how hard you push. Yet paradoxically, each step forward brings you closer. No-thought experiments serve as a metaphor for persistence and the tension between our finite efforts and the infinite nature of our ambitions. Ultimately, Zeno's paradoxes are more than puzzles about motion. They're invitations to explore the boundaries of what we think we know. They reveal that even the most ordinary aspects of existence, walking, running, crossing a room, are filled with infinite complexity. They challenge us to think deeply about the nature of reality, to question our assumptions, and to embrace the wonder of a universe that is far more mysterious than it appears. So the next time you take a step, pause for a moment, consider the infinite journey contained within that single motion, the countless divisions of space and time that make it possible. And remember Zeno's lesson: the simplest actions are often the most profound, reminding us that infinity isn't just a concept, it's a part of the fabric of our lives. The barber paradox. There's a town with a peculiar barber. His job is simple. He shaves everyone in town who doesn't shave themselves. But one day, an unsettling question arises. Does the barber shave himself? If he does, then by the rule he shouldn't, because the barber only shaves those who don't shave themselves. But if he doesn't, then he must, because the barber shaves everyone who doesn't shave themselves. And just like that, logic folds in on itself, leaving you caught in a loop of contradiction. This is the barber paradox, a thought experiment that seems simple on the surface, but unravels into a profound challenge to our understanding of logic, self-reference, and the limits of system we take for granted at first glance. The paradox feels like a riddle, the kind that has an answer hidden just beyond the obvious. But the deeper you dive, the clearer it becomes. The paradox isn't a puzzle to be solved. It's a demonstration of how certain ideas, when pushed to their limits, break down entirely. The barber paradox was introduced by the philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell as a way of illustrating a larger issue in the foundations of mathematics and logic. It's not just a quirky story about a barber, it's a reflection of a fundamental contradiction in how systems handle self-reference. To understand the paradox, imagine the town's rule as a logical system. The barber shaves exactly those people who don't shave themselves. The system works fine as long as you're talking about other people. But the moment you ask whether the barber shaves himself, the system collapses. If he shaves himself, he violates the rule that he only shaves people who don't shave themselves. If he doesn't shave himself, he violates the rule that he must shave anyone who doesn't shave themselves. What makes this paradox so powerful is that it isn't just about barbers, it's about self-referential systems in general. Anytime a system tries to define itself in terms of itself, it risks falling into the same trap. Russell introduced the barber paradox as a way of illustrating a problem he encountered in set theory, a branch of mathematics dealing with collections of objects. In the early 20th century, mathematicians were trying to build a logical foundation for all of mathematics, using sets as the basics building blocks. But Russell discovered a fatal flaw. Some sets, like the barber, lead to contradictions when they refer to themselves. Consider the set of all sets. that do not contain themselves. If this set contains itself, it contradicts its own definition. But if it doesn't contain itself, it must by definition contain itself. The result is a logical loop, just like the barber's dilemma. The barber paradox and its cousin, Russell's paradox, shook the foundations of mathematics and logic. They revealed that even the most seemingly straightforward systems can harbor contradictions, forcing mathematicians to rethink how they define and structure the rules of logic. One response to these paradoxes was the development of more rigorous logical systems, such as axiomatic set theory, which includes rules specifically designed to avoid self-referential traps. These solutions don't resolve the paradox, they sidestep it by preventing such contradictions from arising in the first place. But the Barber paradox isn't just a technical problem for mathematicians. It's a reflection of deeper philosophic I-Cal questions about self-reference and the limits of language and logic. It challenges us to think about how we define things and whether certain concepts, like the barber's rule, are inherently flawed because they contain contradictions at their core. On a broader level, the paradox mirrors the complexities of self-re-reference in human thought and language. Think of how we describe ourselves, our beliefs, or our actions. How often do we fall into contradictions? When we try to explain ourselves fully, the Barber paradox is in a way a mirror of the tangled nature of self-awareness, where trying to define yourself often leads to contradictions you can't easily resolve, even beyond logic and philosophy. The paradox has practical implications. It serves as a reminder of the importance of questioning the systems and rules we take for granted, whether it's a legal framework, a philosophical argument, or even a social convention. The Barber paradox shows that systems can break down when they try to encompass too much or define themselves too rigidly. So does the barber shave himself. The answer isn't yes or no, it's that the question itself creates a contradiction that defies resolution. The Barber paradox isn't meant to be solved. It's meant to show us the limits of logic, the fragility of definitions, and the strange self-referential loops that arise when systems try to contain themselves. In the end, the paradox leaves us with a profound insight. Not every question has an answer, and not every system can handle the weight of self-reference. It's a reminder that, even in the most seemingly logical of worlds, there is room for mystery, contradiction, and the inescapable complexity of trying to make sense of ourselves. The paradox of learning. You pick up a book, dive into a new skill, or take on a subject you've always wanted to understand. At first, the knowledge comes quickly, and you feel a spark of confidence. You're learning, you're growing, you're uncovering truths about the world. But then something unexpected happens. The deeper you go, the more complex the subject becomes. For every question you answer, 10 new ones take its place. Instead of certainty, you find yourself confronted by a vast, uncharted ocean of ignorance. This is the parade of learning, the strange, humbling truth that the more you know, the more you realize how much you don't know. It's a paradox that lies at the heart of human curiosity and intellectual growth. Revealing that wisdom isn't about having all the answers, but about recognizing the limits of your understanding at. First, the paradox feels disheartening. You set out to learn so you can feel capable, knowledgeable, and in control, but the paradox of learning shows you that knowledge is an ever-receding horizon. Every step forward reveals just how far you still have to go. You begin to see that mastery, that ultimate sense of knowing it all, is not only elusive, but impossible, yet within this paradox lies. A profound truth learning isn't about arriving at certainty, it's about expanding your perspective. The more you learn, the more you understand the depth and complexity of the world. What once seemed simple becomes nuanced. What once felt black and white reveals infinite shades of gray. The process doesn't diminish you, it enriches you even as it humbles you. Take a moment to think about the subjects you've mastered or thought you had. Maybe it's a hobby, a professional skill, or a favorite area of study. When you first started, the basics seemed straightforward, but as your expertise grew, so did your awareness of how much there is to learn. Suddenly, you weren't just asking how, but why, what if, and what. Next, the paradox is perhaps best captured in the words often attributed to Socrates: the only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing. It's not that Socrates believed he literally knew nothing, it's that he recognized the infinite complexity of the world and the limits of his own understanding. True wisdom, he realized, doesn't come from accumulating facts, but from cultivating humility in the face of the unknown. The paradox of learning also reveals something fundamental about human nature. We're wired to seek knowledge, to understand the world around us, to solve problems. But this drive often comes with an illusion. The belief that if we just study hard enough or dig deep enough, we'll eventually figure everything out. The paradox shatters that illusion. It teaches us that no matter how much we learn, there will always be more questions, more mysteries, more layers to uncover. This paradox doesn't just apply to academics or intellectual pursuits. It's a lens through which to view life itself. Think about relationships. At first, you think you know someone, a partner, a friend, a family member. But as you grow closer, you realize how intricate and multifaceted they are. Every discovery leads to more questions, and you come to understand that knowing someone fully is a lifelong process. The paradox also speaks to the nature of self-awareness. As you learn more about yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, your motivations, you uncover layers you didn't know existed. The journey inward is endless, and the more you understand, the more you realize how much remains hidden. But here's the beauty of the paradox of learning. It's not a roadblock, it's an invitation to embrace the infinite, to find joy not in reaching the destination, but in exploring the path. It teaches you to see ignorance not as a failure, but as an opportunity, a sign that there's more to discover, more to grow into, more to understand. In fact, the paradox is what makes learning so exciting. Imagine if knowledge were finite. If you could know everything there is to know, the thrill of discovery would vanish. It's the not knowing that fuels curiosity, the recognition of gaps that drives us to fill them, the paradox also fosters. Humility, a vital quality in an age where certainty often leads to division. When you understand the limits of your knowledge, you're more open to other perspectives, more willing to listen, and more able to learn from those around you. So how do you navigate the paradox of learning without feeling overwhelmed? Start by shifting your mindset instead of viewing learning as a ladder to the top. See it as a journey with no end. Celebrate progress, but embrace the unknown as part of the process. Seek depth, not just breadth. Explore subjects deeply enough to uncover their complexity, and above all, approach learning with humility and curiosity. Ask questions not to find definitive answers, but to deepen your understanding. Accept that you'll never know it all, and find joy in the fact that there will always be more. To learn the paradox of learning isn't a problem to solve, it's a reminder of what makes the pursuit of knowledge so profound. It teaches us that growth is infinite, that every answer opens the door to new mysteries, and that the journey itself is the reward. In the end, the paradox reveals a simple, humbling truth: to know more is to see more of what you don't know, and in that recognition lies the beauty of learning, a never-ending adventure, a path that leads not to certainty, but to wonder, the paradox of wealth. You work hard, save diligently, and dream of a day when wealth will set you free. The promise is tantalizing. With enough money, you'll escape the grind, live without worry, and finally enjoy the life you've always wanted. Yet for so many, that dream morphs into something else entirely. The more wealth they accumulate, the less free they feel, trapped in cycles of stress, greed, and an insatiable hunger for more. This is the paradox of wealth, the strange and often heartbreaking truth that the pursuit of financial abundance can rob you of the very freedom and happiness you sought to attain. At first glance, wealth seems like the ultimate liberator. Money opens doors, buys comfort, and creates opportunities. It can free you from financial struggles, empower you to pursue passions, and provide security for your loved ones. And to an extent, that's true up to a point. Studies have shown that income does improve happiness, but only to a certain threshold where basic needs and a comfortable lifestyle are met. Beyond that, the connection between wealth and happiness weakens. Why? Because wealth often comes with hidden costs. As your bank account grows, so do your responsibilities. The stakes get higher. Suddenly, the wealth you worked so hard for feels fragile, something to protect rather than enjoy. You worry about losing it, about making the right investments, about keeping up appearances. Freedom, the very thing wealth promised, slips further away. The paradox deepens when you consider the nature of desire. Wealth, like any goal, operates on an endless treadmill. You tell yourself, if I just earn a little more, I'll be satisfied. But when you reach that milestone, the satisfaction is fleeting. The number you once thought was enough no longer feels sufficient, and You set your sights on the next goal and the next. This is the hedonic treadmill. In action, the tendency to adapt to new levels of comfort and crave more, no matter how much you already have. And then there's the societal pressure. Wealth is rarely experienced in isolation. It's measured against others. No matter how much you earn, there's always someone with a bigger house, a fancier car, or a more extravagant lifestyle. Comparison breeds discontent, turning wealth from a source of joy into a source of anxiety. Even worse, the pursuit of wealth can crowd out the things that truly matter: time spent. Chasing money is time not spent with family, friends, or pursuing passions. The stress of maintaining giant wealth, endless work hours, complex investments, the constant pressure to succeed can strain relationships and take a toll on mental health. Wealth, which should empower you to live fully, often ends up consuming your life. So when is enough truly enough? The answer lies not in a number, but in a mindset. The paradox of wealth challenges us to redefine what wealth really means. Is it a bank account overflowing with zeros, or is it the freedom to live on your own terms? Is it endless luxury, or is it the ability to savor life's simple pleasures without worry? True wealth, it turns out, isn't about accumulation. It's about alignment. It's about aligning your resources with your values, using money as a tool to create a life of meaning, purpose, and connection. Instead of chasing more, you focus on what you already have, finding gratitude in the security, opportunities, and experiences it provides. But how do you escape the trap of the paradox? Start by recognizing the limits of wealth. Acknowledge that money can solve certain problems: paying bills, buying necessities, creating comfort, but it can't buy meaning, love, or inner peace. Those come from within, not from a paycheck. Next, define your version of enough. What does a fulfilling life look like to you? How much money do you really need to achieve that by setting clear boundaries you can resist the pull of endless accumulation and focus on living in alignment with your goals? The paradox also invites you to shift your perspective on spending. Instead of using money to compete with others or impress them, use it to invest in experiences, relationships, and personal growth. Studies show that spending on experiences rather than material goods brings deeper and more lasting happiness. Embrace generosity. The paradox flips itself when wealth becomes a means of giving rather than hoarding. When you use your resources to uplift others through acts of kindness, charity, or supporting causes you care about, you create a sense of purpose that no luxury item can replicate. The paradox of wealth isn't a condemnation of money. It's a reminder to approach it with mindfulness. Wealth has the power to liberate or to imprison, to bring joy or to create emptiness. The key lies in how you use it and what you allow it to mean in your life. In the end, the paradox teaches a profound lesson. Wealth is not the destination, it's a tool and the ultimate Wealth isn't measured in dollars or possessions, it's measured in freedom, purpose, and the richness of the life you build when you stop chasing more and start appreciating what you have. You break free from the paradox, finding the kind of abundance that money can't buy. The observer effect: you're sitting in a quiet room staring at a flickering candle. Its flame dances unpredictably, wild and free, but as you focus on it more intently, you notice something strange. The flame seems to steady itself, almost as if it knows it's being watched. What you're experiencing in some small way is the observer effect, the uncanny truth that the act of observing something can change its very nature. This isn't just an abstract idea, it's a phenomenon with profound implications, from the microscopic world of quantum particles to the everyday dynamics of human behavior. The observer effect reveals an unsettling reality. There's no such thing as a completely neutral observer. The very act of looking, of measuring, of paying attention alters the reality you're trying to understand at its most famous. The observer effect is tied to quantum mechanics, where it takes on a mind-bending form. Imagine a single electron traveling through space. According to quantum theory, that electron isn't in one fixed place. It exists in a cloud of probabilities, occupying multiple potential positions at once. But the moment you observe it, something incredible happens. The electron chooses a position, collapsing from its probabilistic state into a single defined reality. In other words, your act of observation changes the electron's behavior. This isn't just theoretical. The double-slit experiment, one of the most famous studies in quantum physics, shows how particles behave like waves when unobserved, spreading out in patterns of interference. But when those particles are observed, they suddenly behave like particles traveling in straight, predictable lines. It's as if the particles are aware of being watched, shifting their behavior to suit your scrutiny. The implications are staggering. If observation can change the behavior of quantum particles, the very building blocks of reality, what does that say about the nature of existence itself? Is reality something fixed and objective, or is it shaped by the act of perceiving it? The observer effect forces us to confront these questions, shattering our assumptions about the stability of the universe. But the paradox doesn't stop at quantum mechanics. It ripples outward into everyday life, where the act of observation influences human behavior in ways that are just as fascinating. Think about how people act when they know they're being watched. Employees work harder when they know their performance is being monitored. Students behave differently when a teacher is watching. Even in casual social settings, the presence of an observer can change how people talk, move, and interact. This is why cameras in public spaces, even when they're not actively recording, can deter crime. The mere knowledge of being observed alters behavior, creating a self-consciousness that shapes decisions and actions. In some ways, the observer effect highlights how deeply connected we are to the perceptions of others. But there's a subtler, more personal dimension to the paradox. Think about how your own awareness changes. When you start paying attention to something within yourself, your thoughts, your emotions, your breathing, if you focus on your breath, it suddenly feels less automatic. If you become aware of your heartbeat, you can't stop noticing its rhythm. Self-observation creates a feedback loop where your awareness begins to influence what you're observing. This phenomenon is central to mindfulness and meditation practices, where paying attention to your inner world can bring clarity and calm, but it also reveals the paradoxical nature of self-awareness. The act of observing your mind changes your experience of it, blurring the line between observer and observed. The observer effect also has profound implications for science, philosophy, and ethics. In scientific experiments, the goal is often to observe phenomena without influencing them, but the observer effect challenges this ideal, showing that pure objectivity is impossible. Even the most careful measurement introduces some level of disturbance, no matter how small. In philosophy, the observer effect raises questions about reality itself. If observation shapes reality, does an unobserved universe even exist in the way we think it does? And in ethics, the effect reminds us of the power and responsibility of observation, how watching, judging, or even being present can alter the dynamics of a situation. So how do we navigate a world where observation changes reality? One answer lies in awareness. Recognizing the observer effect allows us to approach life with greater humility, understanding that our perceptions and actions are never entirely neutral. Whether we're observing a scientific experiment, interacting with others, or reflecting on ourselves, we're part of the equation, influencing outcomes in ways we may not even realize. The observer effect also invites us to embrace the interconnectedness of existence. It shows us that there is no clear boundary between observer and observed, between subject and object. The act of watching weaves us into the fabric of reality, making us participants rather than passive spectators. But perhaps the most profound lesson of the observer effect is this: observation is a creative act. When you observe something, you're not just witnessing it, you're shaping it, defining it, giving it meaning. This is both a responsibility and a gift, a reminder that your attention has the power to transform the world around you. So the next time you catch yourself watching, whether it's a flame, a person, or your own thoughts, pause for a moment. Consider how your observation is shaping what you see, and remember, the act of observing is never passive. It's an interaction, a dance, a paradox that reminds us of the mysterious, ever-shifting nature of reality itself. The omnipotence paradox: imagine an all-powerful being, a force so mighty that no feat is beyond its grasp. This being can create galaxies, move mountains, and rewrite the very fabric of reality. But then a question arises, simple yet profound. Can this being create a rock so heavy that even they cannot lift it? At first, the question seems innocent, almost playful, but as you unpack its implications, it reveals itself as a paradox that shakes the foundation of omnipotence. if the being can create such. A rock, there is something they cannot do, lift it, but if they cannot create the rock, then there's still something they cannot do, create it either way. There's a limit to their power. This is the omnipotence paradox, a thought experiment that pits the concept of divine or absolute power against the laws of logic. It challenges us to consider whether true omnipotence is even possible, or whether the very idea collapses under its own weight at its core. The paradox reveals a tension between two competing ideas: boundless power and logical consistency. We like to think of omnipotence as the ability to do anything but anything is a deceptively slippery concept. Can an omnipotent being create a square circle? Can they make 2 + 2 = 5? The paradox suggests that there are limits not to power itself, but to what can exist within the framework of logic to many. This paradox feels like a trap. It's easy to dismiss it as a trick of language, a rhetorical puzzle designed to make omnipotence look absurd. After all, why would an all-powerful being even want to create such a rock? But the paradox isn't about practicalities. It's about the very nature of power and how it interacts with reason. One way to resolve the paradox is to redefine omnipotence instead of thinking of it as the ability to do anything. Some argue that omnipotence should mean the ability to do anything that is logically possible. In this view, creating a rock so heavy that it cannot be lifted, or creating a square circle, or making 2 + 2 = 5 isn't a failure of power. It's simply nonsensical, like asking someone to draw a colorless rainbow. This approach preserves logical consistency, but it raises a deeper question: is omnipotent still omnipotence if it's bound by logic? If there are limits, however abstract, can the power truly be called infinite? The omnipotence paradox also invites us to think about the nature of paradoxes themselves. At first glance, the question about the rock seems simple, even silly, but as you wrestle with it, you begin to see its complexity. It's not just about a rock or a being. It's about the boundaries of thought, the relationship between power and logic, and the way we define the impossible. Philosophers and theologians have grappled with this paradox for centuries. For some, it's a tool to challenge traditional ideas of divine power, highlighting the contradictions in human attempts to define the infinite. For others, it's a testament to the limits of human understanding, proof that concepts like omnipotence exist beyond the reach of logic and language. Interestingly, the omnipotence paradox isn't confined to theology. It echoes in other areas of thought, from philosophy to science. Consider the idea of an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, a cousin of the paradox, asking whether absolute power can coexist with absolute resistance. Or think about the limits of human ambition. Can you achieve a goal so consuming that it leaves no room for anything else, even the freedom to enjoy the success? The paradox also resonates on a personal level. How often do we strive for absolute control only to discover that control itself is an illusion. The harder we try to dominate every aspect of our lives, the more we encounter limits of time, energy, or circumstance. The omnipotence paradox, in its way, reflects the human experience of wrestling with power and its boundaries. So can an omnipotent being create a rock so heavy that they cannot lift it? The answer isn't as important as the questions it raises. What does it mean to be all-powerful? Are there limits to power even when it's infinite? And how does our understanding of logic shape the way we define the possible and the impossible? Ultimately, the omnipotence paradox isn't a riddle to be solved. It's an invitation to explore the mysteries of existence, power, and reason. It reminds us that even the most profound concepts are bound by the frameworks we use to understand them, and that some questions are as much about the journey as they are about the answer. Perhaps the paradox's greatest lesson is this: true power isn't about breaking the rules. It's about understanding them, working within them, and recognizing when they lead to something greater than logic can explain. And maybe in that sense, the paradox isn't a limitation at all. It's a reflection of the infinite complexity that makes power and existence itself so endlessly fascinating. The paradox of meaning. You stare into the night sky, overwhelmed by the vastness of the universe, and a question bubbles to the surface. What is the point of it all? The universe, indifferent and expansive, offers no answer. There's no inherent meaning written into the stars, no grand narrative handed down from the cosmos. And yet, despite this absence, humans persist in creating meaning, crafting stories, pursuing goals, and finding purpose in a universe that remains silent. This is the paradox of meaning. Life offers no intrinsic purpose, yet we cannot live without inventing one. It's a contradiction at the core of existence, a tension between the vast emptiness of the cosmos and the deep yearning for significance that defines the human experience. At first, the paradox feels like a burden. If life has no inherent meaning, what's the point of our struggles, our joys, or even our existence? This existential weight has haunted thinkers for centuries, from ancient philosophers to modern existentialists. For some, it leads to despair, a sense of futility in the face of a meaningless universe. But for others, the paradox offers liberation. If life has no predefined meaning, then we are free to create our own. This freedom is both exhilarating and daunting. On the one hand, it allows you to shape your life according to your values and passions. On the other, places the full responsibility of meaning making on your shoulders. There's no map, no guide, no cosmic assurance that your choices matter. Only the meanings you decide to embrace. The paradox becomes even more profound when you realize how much of life's meaning comes from its fleeting, impermanent nature. Relationships, achievements, and even moments of joy are meaningful precisely because they are temporary. If life were infinite or predetermined, meaning would lose its urgency, its vibrancy. The paradox of Meaning is that its A-B absence creates the space for us to fill it, and in doing so, we make life worth living. Take art. For example, a painting has no inherent, meaning it's just pigment on canvas, but when you look at it, you project emotions, ideas, and interpretations onto it. The painting becomes meaningful because of what you bring to it. Life works the same way. It's a blank canvas, and meaning emerges from what you contribute to it. This paradox also forces us to confront the shared human need for connection and purpose, while the universe itself may be indifferent. Meaning often arises in the bonds we form with others, the communities we build, and the impact we have on the world around us. The act of meaning making is a profoundly collective endeavor, reminding us that while the universe may not care, we do, and that's enough. The paradox of meaning isn't a problem to be solved, it's a question to be lived. It challenges us to embrace the freedom and responsibility of creating purpose in an indifferent universe. In doing so, it transforms the absence of inherent meaning from a void into an opportunity, a reminder that while life may not come with meaning pre-installed, it's ours to shape, define, and fill with whatever gives us joy, hope, and connection. The immortality paradox: the more you chase eternal life, the less you truly live. Imagine a future where science has unlocked the secret to immortality. No aging, no disease, no inevitable end. At first, it seems like the ultimate dream to live forever, to defy death itself. But as time stretches endlessly before you, something strange begins to happen. Life loses its urgency. The meaning you once found in fleeting moments dissolves into an endless horizon. This is the immortality paradox, the cruel contradiction that the more you seek to escape death, the less you truly live. Think about it. Why do we cherish experiences? Because they are fleeting. The thrill of a sunset, the laughter of a child, the adrenaline of taking a risk. These moments feel precious because we know they won't last. Mortality gives life its depth, its beauty, its weight without an ending. There is no beginning worth savoring. If you were guaranteed eternity, would you still chase your dreams with the same fire? Would you still fight for love, adventure, and purpose, knowing you had unlimited time to do it all? Or would you fall into an endless cycle of procrastination, apathy, and boredom? Psychologists call this the hedonic treadmill, the idea that no matter what we achieve, we always return to a baseline of normally the thrill of winning. FAES, the excitement of something new, wears off. Now imagine that, like stretching across infinity without the ticking clock of mortality pushing you forward. Would you ever truly feel alive again? Then there's the question of relationships. What happens when you outlive everyone you love? If you could live forever, but your friends, family, and lovers could not, would you ever allow yourself to truly connect with anyone, or would you keep them at a distance, knowing they will vanish while you remain over time? Your heart would become a graveyard of memories, endless loss, with no escape. Even purpose itself is threatened by immortality. great minds throughout history have been driven by. The knowledge that their time was limited, artists create, leaders act, and thinkers push boundaries because they know they won't be here forever. What happens when there's no final deadline? Does innovation stagnate? Does ambition die? And what of suffering? If life is eternal, then so is pain and infinite. Existence guarantees not just joy, but also infinite grief, infinite regret, infinite loneliness. Could the human mind even bear the weight of eternity, or would immortality itself become a prison from which there is no release? So we return to the paradox. The fear of death drives us to seek eternal life, but in doing so, we risk losing the very essence of what makes life meaningful. Would you still want to live forever, knowing that in eternity life itself might cease to feel alive?